Chapter 2895. Huizu shook his head. Not entirely. Zijing came back and brought you with her. I guessed your identity and admired you for scheming against hyperspace at such a young age. It's a good thing that you're not eager for quick success. You took your time and cooperated with each other silently. If you had nothing else to do, then you would have acted. Kid, I'll say it again, you're amazing. If you want to deceive someone, then you have to truly believe that you are that person. I'm the Dimensional Master, and this is the facade I created for the Sorcerer God. That's why I didn't hold back when I attacked you. The Sorcerer God isn't stupid either, and once he realized that something was amiss, he wouldn't be able to keep him alive. For example, when you stole the black energy source while the Xiaoyin deity was scheming against the Dimensional Master, or Zijing's whereabouts. As the Dimensional Master, I couldn't tell you and I had to be on guard against you. And this time I couldn't make the decision for your scheme against hyperspace. It was the Sorcerer God who made the decision. He definitely didn't hold back when he attacked you, and it was also true that he wanted Zhou Xian to kill you. Fortunately, I've been watching you for a long time and know what kind of person you are. You wouldn't be in a hurry to find Zijing, but that might not be the case if you met someone else. Even your ancestor Lu Tianyi, I don't think he could have done better than you. However, there were some loopholes in your plan. For example, he ran away. If the real Dimensional Master was there, he would definitely have investigated everything about Xianxia, and he wouldn't have let the Yu family off just because of Celestial Victor. A fake Dimensional Master is different. Neither I nor the Sorcerer God wanted to attract Celestial Victor's attention, as that would have been easily exposed. That's why the Yu family was able to survive. As long as you don't touch hyperspace's research, you can do whatever you want with it. This meant that the Yu family had teamed up with the Xiaoyin deity and Zhou Xian to scheme against the Hui ancestor and the Sorcerer God. It was no wonder that the Dimensional Master had won. It would be strange if the few of them could defeat the Hui ancestor and the Sorcerer God. At the tea party, I saved you and pleaded on your behalf. I took a risk, but it was also because I wanted you to come to me. My attitude towards you has been erratic. With your personality, it would be strange if you didn't come to me. If you came to me, my attitude towards you would be slightly worse. Furthermore, with Bai Qian as a spy, letting you know that the research on sequence particles has failed as a superior, you would definitely attack Zijing and snatch the sequence particle equipment. This is something that only a person in your position would consider. It's so important that you can let go of your feelings and control them. It's so important that you can ignore the help I've given you and naturally lead to this war. You're both emotional and rational, and with your caution, it's impossible for you to come alone. Although the process is a bit tortuous, it's worth it to deal with the witch spirit god. Huizu laughed. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. This wasn't just a tortuous process. It was simply brain-burning. Perhaps the Hui ancestor had already thought of everything the moment the witchling god had arrived at the hyperspacetime to attack Weizhu. In order to make the sorcerer god lower his guard, he had pretended to be the Dimensional Master and allowed himself to be controlled by the Sorcerer God. In the end, he had killed the Sorcerer God. If not for the Hui ancestor, the Sorcerer God would not have died. Everything that had happened seemed complicated, but the Hui ancestor had used various methods to smooth things over. This was the Hui ancestor. No wonder Patriarch Tianyi had said that the Hui ancestor would not die. If the Lu family hadn't returned and Little Seven attacked Zijing, what would you have done? Lu Tianyi asked. The Hui ancestor thought about it. I would have killed everyone in the energy research team and destroyed the equipment. Everything would have returned to zero. And this thought of mine will also vanish into thin air. He then grinned. But that would not have happened. How do you think that parallel universe with a different flow of time was destroyed? If the Lu family hadn't returned, I would have treated the little kid very well, so well that he would have been too embarrassed to attack the hyperspace. Lu Yin was speechless, but it made sense. If Zijing and the others had not left the parallel universe, he would not have attacked the hyperspace. If the Dimensional Master treated him well, he would not have attacked. The help at the tea party had already made him hesitate. Lu Yin was not someone who would repay kindness with ingratitude. If the Dimensional Master treated him well, he would have used a different method to get along. Thus, everything seemed to be part of his plan, but the Hui ancestor was actually in control. This was the real plan. Lu Yin rubbed his head. Senior, I admire you. The Hui ancestor smiled. No one is perfect. I am very smart and I am very confident in that. However, I am not good at fighting. Otherwise, I would not have waited for you to attack. Although you are not as smart as me, you are not bad. You do not need to develop in my direction. You have your own path and your future is not something I can compare to. Lu Yin, the future of humanity depends on you. Lu Yin looked at the Hui ancestor in shock. He did not understand why the Hui ancestor would say such a thing. Did he really understand him? Lu Tianyi was proud. The future of humanity depends on little 7. The Hui ancestor rolled his eyes. That's enough. The Lu family is just a support. As he spoke, the Hui ancestor's body became more and more transparent. Alright, it's best not to break the seal and revive that beast. Its bestial nature is too strong and it hates humans to the extreme. Also, after the final battle in the endless battlefield, the 7 heavenly gods went their separate ways. None of them returned to the eternal race. At least 1 or 2 of them are in the endless battlefield. Take advantage of their weakness and kill them. Little friend, I hope you can get rid of one of them. The Hui ancestor's body completely disappeared, and the Hui ancestor's consciousness dissipated into outer space. Lu Yin looked at the empty space. Although the Hui ancestor had only appeared for a short time, he had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. Lu Tianyi's gaze was complicated. Hui Wen was not as brilliant as Xia Shang and the others during the Daoist sect's era, but he had left behind many impressions for the future generations. The Hui ancestor's only flaw was that he liked to make sarcastic remarks regardless of the occasion. Ancestor, is the Hui ancestor dead? Lu Yin asked. Lu Tianyi laughed. I said that he would not die no matter who died. Even if he died, it would be the day that humanity truly defeated the Eternals. Lu Yin nodded. Around them, the shaman spirit doll had all shattered, and the shaman god's labyrinth had completely disappeared the moment the shaman spirit god had died. When Shi, Xianxia, Zhou Xian, and the other users of the black energy source had gathered outside and were looking over uneasily. When they saw Lu Yin, they were all stunned. They were not the only ones. Bai Qian, Elder Zhou, and the others were also there. Although this battle had been brief, it had affected the entire space-time continuum, and it had been the most intense battle in its history. Lu Yin looked around. Had Luo Shan escaped? Master Lu, why are you here? Qiu Zhan was the first to ask, and his expression was ugly. They had not seen Lu Tianyi since he had already left, and it would not be easy for him to explain himself. Master Wei had released the drifting cloud space, and Qiu Zhan had naturally returned to guard the area with Wen Shi and the others. They understood Lu Yin very well. When he had disguised himself as Xianxia, he had been very polite to everyone. However, after the battle at the tea party, the Lu family had returned, and the Above Heaven sect had become extremely powerful, which had caused his attitude to change. He had acted in the reincarnation spacetime and captured the new Great Stone Sage. He was completely lawless. Now he had appeared in the spacetime continuum, which made them feel uneasy. This was especially so when they saw the shaman spirit doll. What was going on? Lu Yin looked around. Master Wei asked me to bring Zijing back. However, the shaman spirit god suddenly appeared and ambushed Master Wei. Unfortunately, Master Wei died. Qiu Zhan and the others were shocked. Impossible, Master Wei is dead? When Shi, Xianxia and the others were in disbelief. Master Wei was dead? Bai Qian was shocked. Was it the shaman spirit god or Lu Yin who killed Master Wei? In the distance, people from the Yu family had arrived. Yu Fang and Yu Lele had also arrived. When they heard Lu Yin's words, they were shocked. They had the same thought as Bai Qian. Was it the shaman spirit god or Lu Yin who killed Master Wei? Lu Yin stepped aside. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Master Wei has already turned into ashes, but the traces of the battle are still there. You have also seen the shaman spirit doll and godly force. Qiu Zhan and the others rushed towards the energy research team. The people inside were all dead as the aftermath of the battle was impossible to survive. The leader of the energy research team, the crazy old man, was also dead. Before he died, he tried to struggle and escape. Once these crazy people achieved their goal, they became normal. He was also afraid of death and wanted to escape, but he couldn't. The shaman spirit doll, godly force, these traces could be seen at a glance. Su Wei, Mu Feng and even venerated Lotus came one by one. They checked and confirmed that it was the shaman spirit god. Where is the shaman spirit god? Venerated Lotus asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up. He's dead. Senior Vader perished together with him. Everyone was shocked. The shaman spirit god was also dead? Is the shaman spirit god really dead? Su Wei was excited. Lu Yin nodded. Master Wei did not fear death for the sake of humanity. He died together with the shaman spirit god. I am ashamed. If my cultivation was higher, it would not have happened. Venerated Lotus, did Master Wei really die at the hands of the shaman spirit god? Xianxia suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Xianxia. Venerated Lotus's eyes flashed as he stared at Xianxia. Do you have any questions? Xianxia looked at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, Master Wei once said that if Master Lu came we should be careful. Venerated Lotus stared at Lu Yin. Master Lu, what does Master Wei mean? Qiu Zhan, Wenshi, Su Wei and the others looked at Lu Yin. Could Master Wei's death be related to Lu Yin? Lu Yin faced everyone's gaze. Why are you looking at me? Are you suspecting that I colluded with the shaman spirit god to kill Master Wei? His words made everyone relax. Would Lu Yin collude with the shaman spirit god to kill Master Wei? What a joke. He was Lu Yin, the master of the origin space with the Lu family behind him. If he really wanted to betray humanity, then what was the point of the Six Direction Society? Xianxi's face turned pale and he could not refute. He also did not know what Master Wei meant. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Ancestor Hui was too good at pretending. In order to hide from the shaman spirit god, he did not let go of any details. Master Wei's death is my Six Direction Society's regret. I, Lu Yin, have decided to crusade against the endless battlefield. Lu Yin suddenly announced loudly. Venerated Lotus and the others were stunned. Crusade against the endless battlefield? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. We cannot let Master Wei die in vain. Previously, our Lu family's ancestors fought against the only true god and the seven sky gods. Now it's our turn. No, the endless battlefield is finally put on hold. We cannot be rash. Venerated Lotus objected directly. Lu Yin said coldly, Venerated Lotus means that the eternal race can decide the direction of the war at any time, but we humans cannot? Venerated Lotus frowned. That's not what I mean. That's good. If Venerated Lotus is unwilling, you cannot go. I, Lu Yin, must avenge Master Wei and crusade against the endless battlefield. Those who are afraid of death can refuse. Lu Yin shouted. Chapter 2896. Lu Yin's words ignited his fighting spirit. Qiu Zhan suddenly raised his head. I'll go. Wenshi took a deep breath and said, I'll go too. It's my duty to avenge my master. Xianxia clenched his fists. I'll go too. The woodcutter left. I'm going to clean my knife. Call me when you're ready to go. Su Wei's face twitched. He really didn't want to go to the endless battlefield, but it didn't seem too good to refuse. Call me when the time comes. Lotus Venerable 9 growled, Master Lu, if we attack the endless battlefield rashly, the Eternals might plot against us. Lu Yin asked, Are you saying that we humans are less intelligent than the Eternals? Venerable Lotus was furious. She had been choked twice, so she simply left without saying anything. Lu Yin looked at Bai Qian. With Vader's death, someone should be in charge of hyperspace. Before Senior Vader died, he told me to tell you to make good use of what he left for you. In the future, hyperspace will be yours. Wenshi and the others looked at Bai Qian. Bai Qian was able to rise to the top because of the Dimensional Master. Now that the Dimensional Master was dead, how could she still be in charge of ultra space-time? At this point, Lu Yin looked at Yu Feng. The Yu family once rebelled against Maintainer, but he was magnanimous enough to let you off this time. In return, you must assist Bai Qian in protecting hyperspace. Yu Feng understood. No matter who it was, the Yu family was going to assist Bai Qian in controlling hyperspace. No, to be more precise, they were going to assist Lu Yin. The Yu clan will definitely follow Master Wei's instructions. Yu Feng bowed respectfully. Everyone from the Yu family saluted. Bai Qian's face was pale. Our ultra-space dimension needs time to mourn Master Vader's death. Master Lu, when are we going to launch a crusade against the boundless battlefield? Transdimensional will do its best to avenge Master Wei. Lu Yin grunted. I'll confirm the time. Not long after, everyone dispersed. The death of the Maintainer had the greatest impact on Wenshi and the others, as well as the users of the white energy source. It did not affect the ordinary people in the hyperspace continuum at all. The hyperspace continuum would remain as it was, and it would not be reduced to an endless battlefield for the time being. Furthermore, the purpose of the crusade against the boundless battlefield was to find the 7 sky gods. This was a rare opportunity, and even Ancestor Hui had told Lu Yin to find the 7 sky gods. It would be best if he could eliminate another one of them. This meant that the 7 sky gods were currently at their weakest, and Lu Yin had to seize this opportunity to eliminate another one. The current 6 Directions Guild could be considered to be at its peak. With so many Ancestor Realm experts from the Above Heaven sect taking action, they could easily sweep through the boundless battlefield. As long as he didn't infiltrate the Eternals and draw out the only true god, everything would be fine. If the sorcerer spirit god could die, then so could the rest of the 7 gods. Bai Qian and Yu Feng stepped forward and bowed deeply. Master Lu. Lu Yin opened his hand to reveal a black energy source. Wen Shi, Song Si, Qiu Zhan and Elder Zhou, here are 4 black energy sources. The sect Above Heaven has 1 and I have 1. I heard that Ultra Space has about 10 black energy sources. Where are the rest? Bai Qian looked at Yu Feng. Yu Feng said respectfully, originally my Yu clan had 3. They were in the hands of my father Yu Xian, myself and Yu Ting. However, my father Yu Xian and Yu Ting died one after another. Including mine, the 3 black energy sources were all taken away by Master Wei. Now my Yu clan no longer has any black energy sources. Lu Yin looked at Bai Qian. Bai Qian shook his head. Only the Dimensional Master possesses a black energy source. Lu Yin frowned and suddenly thought of something. Where is Master Wei's place of seclusion? Bai Qian pointed the way, but Lu Yin did not go there immediately. Instead, he returned to the energy research team and looked at the huge equipment with a burning gaze. This had been developed by the Eternals in Ultra Space. It could materialize sequence particles and allow people without Heaven's Eye to see it. The Witch Spirit God was willing to stay in Ultra Space to keep an eye on it, and Ancestor Hui had sacrificed too much for it. The Eternals would definitely want this equipment, but they would not be able to get it. Lu Yin released Zijing. Zijing looked around and sighed in relief when she saw that there was no battle. Is everything all right? Lu Yin stared at the equipment and asked, can this be used? Zijing looked at the equipment. Yes, where's teacher? Then she realized that there was no one alive in the energy research team other than her. Zijing was scared. This level of battle was too terrifying. At this time she saw Bai Qian and Yu Feng standing in the distance. Their appearance meant that the battle was over. Then where was Master Wei? Master Wei had clearly attacked the Dao Lord. Could it be? Dao Lord, the battle just now? Master Wei is dead. Zijing's heart raced. Was it the Dao Lord? Lu Yin looked at her. It was the Witch Spirit God who killed him. It has nothing to do with me. How could it have nothing to do with him? Zijing was not an idiot. In that situation, Master Wei's killing intent towards Lu Yin had been too obvious. Now that he was dead, and Bai Qian and the Yu family were listening to Lu Yin's orders, the Master of Ultra Space had changed. He did not dare to believe it. Master Wei was one of the 6 paths, the Master of Ultra Space. How could this be? No matter how unbelievable it was, the truth was the truth. Lu Yin did not disturb Zijing. She had entered a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time to study sequence particles, and there were many things in the outside world that she did not know. He did not have the time to explain it to Zijing. She only wanted to know the result. The result was that Ultra Space had become the Master of Ultra Space. Zijing calmed herself down and accepted this fact. She looked at Lu Yin with apprehension. Dao Lord, can I make a request? No, it's a request. Lu Yin looked at Zijing. Zijing looked at Lu Yin as well. Although she was afraid of what Lu Yin had done, her many years of research into sequence particles had allowed her to quickly calm down. The ambition that he ran had stirred up, and the fear of facing death at any moment had given her the courage to make a request of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I said that if you help me, I will give you what you want. He did the right thing by provoking your ambition and giving you desire. Zijing's eyes flickered and she bowed deeply. Dao Lord, please give me a black energy source. Lu Yin was surprised. You want to fight? It's self-defense, Zijing said. Lu Yin understood. What if I say that you have a high status in both the Genesis Space and the 6 Paths Association, and that you don't need to worry about your safety? Do you still want the black energy source? Zijing bowed even deeper. No answer was the best answer. Actually, she could not use the black energy source right now, but it was better than nothing. One day she would be able to use it. Lu Yin smiled and casually tossed the black energy source to Zijing. Zijing caught it and was overjoyed. Thank you, Dao Lord. Study the sequence particles well for me. I want all of the progenitors to transform. If you can do it, I'll give you even more than you can imagine. Lu Yin stored the equipment and Zijing into Mount Supreme before walking out. This place had already been abandoned. Bai Qian and Yu Feng saw Zijing, but they did not ask. Lu Yin followed Bai Qian's directions and found Vader's place of seclusion. He had never seen such a strange place of seclusion. It was like a combination of future technology and human witchcraft. Bodies lined up neatly in an unknown liquid. There were men and women, and it was a horrifying sight. Back then, the Yu family only knew that Vader had one body, which was the man who was corroded by the Shaoyin divinity. His other body should be either He Ran or Bai Qian, but the Yu family failed. Vader had more than one body. Lu Yin saw the body that Master Vader had appeared in with a woman's appearance. However, no matter how deeply Vader had hidden himself, it was impossible for him to have so many bodies. These bodies looked like experiments, or rather, after Ancestor Hui defeated Vader, he did not change this place and allowed it to maintain its original appearance. The witch spirit god did not care about this at all. Lu Yin found 3 black energy sources here which were equivalent to creating 3 progenitors. This trip had not been in vain. He had dealt with the 7 sky gods and conversed with Ancestor Hui. He had also gained more progenitors for the sect above the heavens and obtained the right to speak in hyperspace. From now on, hyperspace could only be considered a vassal of the sect above the heavens. Once upon a time, the sect above the heavens would be treated with respect by all races, and Lu Yin was slowly walking towards that height. In the sect above the heavens, a group of people surrounded the sequence particle equipment and watched curiously. There were ordinary cultivators such as Wang Fan and Wei Rong, and there were also progenitors such as Lu Bujing and Kue Luo. There were also progenitors such as Elder Chan, Leng Qing, Star-Lord, Big Sis, and even Crazy Dean Xiaochen. Zijing was still a little nervous to work under the watchful eyes of so many people. She already knew what had happened during this time, and she felt as if she had been struck by a hammer. She could not believe it. It had only been a short time, but the sect above the heavens had already dominated the Six Direction Society, and the Dao Lord did not even care about great Empyreans. The Lu family that had once called the shots had returned, and the sect above the heavens had become the parallel universe with the most progenitors in the Six Direction Society. This was no longer a matter of a little more but rather a lot more. Including Lu Yin, the sect above the reincarnation spacetime had doubled in number. This was a terrifying number. The fifth mainland did not even have a single progenitor in the past. Zijing felt as if she was dreaming. Everyone who wants to be the first to try touching the sequence particle. Lu Yin smiled as he sized up the crowd. Those below the progenitor realm were directly filtered out and only progenitors were qualified to try. Unsurprisingly, Leng Qing was the first to step forward. She approved of Lu Yin, and it was also because of Lu Yin that she had been able to break through to the progenitor realm. Wherever Lu Yin went, he liked to bring Leng Qing with him. Leng Qing was the perfect example of a ruthless person who did not speak much. Unexpectedly, Leng Qing did not step forward to touch the laws. Dao Lord, I wish to break through the laws of the sequence by myself. If I touch it now, it will affect my path. Please allow me. Lu Yin laughed. Of course, I won't force you. Elder Chan stepped forward. Then let me do it. Out of so many progenitors, how many can touch the laws of the sequence? I don't plan on becoming one of them. Lu Yin smiled. It's possible for anyone. Elder Chan's path is one of righteousness. Since you've contributed to humanity, we will not treat you unfairly. He then looked at Zijing. Zijing nodded. It had been more than a month since they had returned from hyperspace, and she had finally adjusted the equipment so that she could attempt to materialize the sequence particle. She could touch it and even use it. Of course, it was like a child learning to walk. Progenitors would need to take their time to touch and use the sequence particle. Fortunately, the sect above the heavens had Big Sis, a powerhouse who had grasped the laws of the sequence. Lu Yin had interacted with her many times, so he was not completely ignorant. Chapter 2897. The scene that had once occurred in the beyond spacetime dimension appeared in the above heaven sect at this moment. The void twisted, and with a strange sound, particles appeared in the void, twisting and turning slowly. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Apart from sequence nomological powerhouses, who else had seen sequence particles? Lu Yin was an exception, but aside from Lu Yin no one else could see it. At this moment even Wang Wen and the others who were not even emissaries could see the supreme power of the universe. Only by grasping the sequence laws would one truly have the power to protect themselves. This was something that everyone in the universe was gradually acknowledging. Ordinary progenitors were no longer capable of protecting themselves. This is a sequence particle? It's pretty cute. Wang Wen was infatuated. Kuei Luo's face twitched. I don't know if I'll ever reach the level where I can use the sequence laws in my lifetime. The possibility is not high, someone said. Kuei Luo turned around and was about to curse when he saw that it was Lu Qi. His face turned ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. Lu Yin was surprised. Dad, why are you here? Lu Qi widened his eyes and looked ahead. Patriarch Tianyi told me that there were sequence particles to observe, so I came. Little Xian, you guys have actually developed sequence particles? It wasn't us. It was the ultra spacetime in the Eternals. Lu Yin explained what had happened, leaving Lu Qi dumbfounded. Senior Huiwen is still alive? Lu Yin shrugged. Probably not. Lu Qi sighed with emotion. Sure enough, as expected of Ancestor Hui. Zijing's voice sounded. Which senior would like to give it a try? Let me remind you that I don't know what kind of law this is, and I haven't reached the point where I can control the law. Thus the law that I obtain is random. If seniors aren't satisfied with this kind of law, you can use it. However, the universe's laws are endless and there are more things that have happened in the past. If you want to obtain the law that you like, the difficulty is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Elder Chan stepped forward. How do I use it? Zijing said, just touch it. The sequence particle will wrap around anything that touches it. Elder Zen was filled with amazement as he touched the sequence particle under the expectant gazes of the people around him. The sequence particle seemed to have a mind of its own as it wrapped around Elder Zen's palm, finally forming something that resembled a bracelet that clung tightly to his wrist. How do you feel? Big sister was curious. Elder Chan said, I don't feel anything. It's like it doesn't exist. Hurry up and use it. Let's see what the rules are. Lu Yin was curious as well, as this was an external force that belonged to a foreign object. Even Elder Chan had not been able to understand the laws the moment he came into contact with the sequence particle. He needed to figure it out on his own. In the past, the sequence particle was the symbol of a top ancestor realm expert. But now it had become a foreign object of the celestial sect. Although this foreign object was uncontrollable, once a powerful sequence particle was obtained, it could be considered a trump card for an ancestor realm expert. Zijing was also curious as to what kind of laws Elder Chan had obtained. They had tried it out a few days before Lu Yin had arrived in the hyperspace, and the laws that they had obtained were all strange. Some of them were so strange that they couldn't even identify them. Elder Chan began his attempts. If he wanted to confirm the rules, he naturally had to use them. Elder Zen gave it a try while Zijing rebooted the equipment and began to materialize the sequence particles again. Every activation took quite a bit of time. This period of time was just enough for Elder Zen to confirm the rules. Not long after, Lu Yin's expression changed and he left for the main hall in the sky above. Traceless. Greetings, Master Lu. Traceless hurriedly bowed. Lu Yin nodded and gestured with his hand. Sit. Wu Hen sat down and said, Lord Lu, Mr. Daheng went to the endless battlefield to track down Luo Shan. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. When? Just a month ago. Mr. Daheng originally wanted me to go to the endless battlefield to search for traces of Luo Shan, but I discovered that Luo Shan had gone to the hyperspace. Not long after that, Mr. Daheng went to the endless battlefield and seemed to have confirmed Luo Shan's location. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. A month ago? Coincidentally, during the battle with which spirit god Luo Shan escaped during that battle. He could only escape to the endless battlefield. Mr. Daheng also went to the endless battlefield after that. He wanted to make a move while Luo Shan was injured? Traceless did not disturb Lu Yin and waited quietly. Not long after, Lu Yin looked at Traceless and smiled. This information is very useful to me. Well done. Traceless stood up. It's my honor to be able to help you. What instructions do you have for me? I'll do my best to complete them. Find a way to confirm Mr. Daheng's location. Tell me without alerting him, Lu Yin instructed. Traceless nodded. Understood. His attitude towards Lu Yin was even more respectful than before. Lu Yin had been present when Dimensional Master died and no one knew what had happened. Everyone in the Six Direction Society was guessing, and some even said that Lu Yin had killed Dimensional Master. No matter what their guesses were, these people only dared to discuss it in private and didn't dare to question Lu Yin. This was Lu Yin's status. He had absolute authority in the Six Direction Society. Even if the Grand Empyrean wasn't in seclusion, Lu Yin would still stand at the top of the Six Direction Society. What kind of concept was it to have 10 progenitors under his command? Just thinking about it made one tremble. Lu Yin was the only one in the Six Direction Society who dared to say that he wanted to conquer the endless battlefield. Before this, the Six Direction Society could only defend the endless battlefield and fight against the Eternals. Traceless was filled with admiration for Lu Yin, and as a result he became even more obedient. On the other side, Elder Chan had figured out the law that he had obtained. Objects had to fall from a high altitude. This was the law that he had obtained. Lu Yin found it strange that such a law existed, but at the same time he felt that it was reasonable. Objects should naturally fall from a high altitude, and falling from a low altitude to a high altitude was not called falling but rather flying. It had nothing to do with gravity, and even if gravity was reversed, falling was falling and flying was flying. The main point of the law was the word falling, and not the principle behind it. Lu Yin had figured out the law, but the question was how could he use it? Elder Chan was fumbling around. The next person to obtain a law was the Star Lord, and Lu Qi also gave it a try out of curiosity. He did not care if it reached the level of a sequence law. Finally, Crazy Headmaster Zhou Xian also gave it a try. He had seen through the mundane world, and his cultivation path was different from everyone else's. He was more willing to experiment with various laws and understand the mundane world of the universe. Above the Heavens Sect's back mountain, Lu Qi and Lu Yin sat across from each other. The Heavenly Sect and the Daoist sect were the same sect in that era, but they actually represented different things. Lu Qi looked into the distance at the giant caged Wurm and ancestral tortoise. The Daoist sect is what we humans call it internally, and it symbolizes the origin of all Daos. The primogenitor created the astral source cultivation method and opened up 6 continents for humans to live on. This is the significance of the Daoist sect, and the Heavenly Sect is what the outside world calls it. Lu Yin blinked. Dad, is this something that you would say? Lu Qi smiled embarrassedly. It was old ancestor Tianyi who asked me to tell you. We originally planned to let you cultivate, but there are still some things that we should tell you. His expression was solemn. Do you know of my Lu family's direct descendant visualization method? Lu Yin asked. The 5th mainland. Lu Qi nodded. You've always been using the Akalanatha Sky King visualization method. Have you ever thought of cultivating the direct descendants' 5th mainland? Lu Yin shrugged. Actually, I've already started cultivating it. Lu Qi was puzzled. Really? Lu Yin replied, Don't worry, Dad. I've really started cultivating it. The continent formed by the fates, and in his heart was the 5th mainland formed through the direct descendant visualization method. The 5th mainland had always been branded into Lu Yin's heart. The first time he had obtained the fates and when enlarged was the 5th mainland. This was something that Lu Yin had gradually come to know. Since you've already started cultivating it, then there's no need to say anything more. Do you know where the Akalanatha Sky King visualization method came from? Lu Qi asked. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Lu Bujing came from the era of the Heavenly Sect, so there are some things that I know more than you. The Akalanatha Sky King visualization method is forefather Lu Yuan's mount. Lu Qi felt awkward. How did he know everything? He had already learned from Lu Tianyi that Lu Yin had deified quite a few progenitors. Even Xiaxia had been deified, and that was an existence whose seniority surpassed Lu Qi's own. This made Lu Qi feel very awkward, and when he recalled the situation when he had been bestowed the God Emperor sword, his face turned red. What about the general appointing platform? Do you know about it? Lu Yin did not understand. General appointing platform? Isn't that our innate gift? Lu Qi relaxed as there was finally something that this brat did not know about. His expression turned solemn. The general appointing platform is not just our Lu family's innate gift. Does the words general appointing platform remind you of anything? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. General appointing platform, general appointing platform. Appointing soldiers and generals? The corners of Lu Qi's lips curled up. On the battlefield, the Lu clan is the commander. This is the general appointment platform. Little Xian, since you want to conquer the boundless battlefield, it's time for my Lu clan to make a general appointment platform for the six-party assembly. In the era of the Heavenly Sect, my Lu family was known as the progenitor's commander's flag. One person led a country and one person was sovereign. No matter how large the battlefield was, my Lu family was the commander's flag that would never fall. Continents were destroyed one after another, but the fifth mainland never fell because of my Lu family's existence. My Lu family is the progenitor's commander's flag, and also the commander's flag of humanity. The Lu family is the backbone of humanity. The commander's flag will never fall, the Lu family will never fall, and humanity will never fall. From the moment you became a Dao Lord, you are the head of my Lu family. Little Xian, let the river of time see the general appointing platform once again, and let it see the continuation of humanity's glory. Lu Yin's gaze was stern as he looked down at the heavenly sect. He shouted loudly, "Pass down my order." 100 days later, the heavenly sect will appoint a general to conquer the endless battlefield and counterattack the everlasting race. All grudges in the Genesis space will be put aside for now. All cultivators await your orders. Within 100 days, no killing is allowed in the Genesis space. No. Orders suddenly came one after another, causing the entire Genesis space and the Six Direction Society to be in an uproar. When Lu Yin said that he wanted to conquer the endless battlefield, many people in the Six Direction Society thought that he would only bring a few progenitors to kill some corpse kings. Who would have thought that he was serious? The Grand Heavenly Venerables and the others were in seclusion, and so was the everlasting race's only true god. One of the 7 sky gods had already died and the rest were all in seclusion. The heavenly sect was at its peak, and Lu Yin wanted to use this opportunity to expand humanity's advantage against the everlasting race. He also wanted to show the Six Direction Society how strong the heavenly sect was. Chapter 2898. There were too many evildoers in the endless battlefield. Old Monster Mo by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan by Xianer Luo Shan, and the 7 sky gods were all hiding in the endless battlefield. Lu Yin wanted to attempt to sweep through the entire endless battlefield and eliminate some of the threats. Of course, the endless battlefield was not just a matter for the sect above heaven's path. Lu Yin could not use the sect above heaven to fight against the everlasting race. He sent out invitations to the Six Direction Society, and anyone who wanted to participate in the endless battlefield could sign up. He also personally invited progenitors to join, including Mu Feng and Gon from the Wood Spacetime, Dan Pu and Dan Fengyi from the Lost Clan, and Su Wei, Su Heng and Su Lung from the Void God Spacetime. The entire Six Direction Society was immersed in the crusade that would take place in 100 days. The progenitors that the primordial space had sent out to help defend the Six Direction Society returned one by one, and they tried to make contact with the sequence particles. Lu Yin's request for them was to surpass other powerhouses at the same level, so the sequence particles were not impossible. News of the sect above heaven's path's crusade quickly spread throughout the endless battlefield. Bai Wengyuan's expression changed when he heard the news. He did not believe that Lu Yin was only doing this to avenge Master Wei. He was more willing to believe that Lu Yin wanted to use this opportunity to attack him. This was troublesome. If the sect above heaven's path really swept through the endless battlefield, he would have no choice but to return to the reincarnation spacetime. Wang Fan also thought the same. Old Monster Mo cursed angrily. He could be considered free and unfettered hiding in the endless battlefield. This place was filled with slaughter, but for a powerhouse like him, there was no problem as long as he did not provoke any monsters. It was much more comfortable than being in the Six Direction Society. This Lu family's son actually wanted to sweep through the endless battlefield? Mr. Daheng's expression turned even uglier. He had finally managed to track down Luo Shan's whereabouts, and it would not be easy to get rid of Luo Shan. He would need to plan for a period of time, but this time was obviously not enough for the crusade. For a moment he was filled with resentment towards Lu Yin. In addition to what had happened before, he wanted nothing more than to kill this Lu family's son. A single person and a single order could change countless people. Lu Yin wanted to crusade against the endless battlefield, and that was enough to change the plans of these powerhouses. In the sect above heaven's sect main hall, Su Wei had come as well. Two of you don't support the crusade against the endless battlefield? Lu Yin's gaze landed on the two of them. He didn't care about a venerated lotus cultivator, but he still had to respect Su Wei. The 9th grade venerate lotus and Su Wei looked at each other. Facing Lu Yin, venerate lotus bowed slowly. And Lu Yin's, or rather she had always been suppressing Lu Yin. Or rather she had always had On's grand empyreans. She had always grand empyrean heavenly empyrean. Now that the 9th grade venerable lotus was being courteous to him, Lu Yin naturally wouldn't mind. To Wang Yuan. She could not accept bowing to Lu Yin as he had not even reached the level of an extreme powerhouse. However, she had no choice. He was the master of the Genesis space and was in charge of the current human's authority. Bowing to him was understandable. No matter what, he could fight with Grand Empyrean Heavenly Empyrean, so it was not an insult to her. The war between the humans and the Eternals has been going on for countless years, but the humans have never had the upper hand. The reason is that the Eternals listen to the one true God. If the one true God wants them to die, none of the Eternals will resist. This combined power is very terrifying. There is the one true God, the 7 heavenly gods, and Qing Kong. There are existences like the true God's guards. It is unwise to fight them head-on. The above heaven in the primordial space is constantly increasing its experts, and it is glorious. Since that is the case, why don't you choose the safer path and truly bring the above heaven to its former glory? Lu Yin looked at Su Wei. Senior, do you think so too? Su Wei sighed. We have fought in the endless battlefield for many years and we know the Eternals very well. Master Lu, I know you want to eradicate the Eternals as soon as possible and rid the humans of this enemy. However, you must not be impatient. It is not that we are afraid of death and do not dare to fight the Eternals, but now that the Heavenly Empyrean sect finally has the chance to prosper, I do not want this chance to fail. Even the Grand Empyrean did not go deep into the Eternals. So what if we can conquer the entire endless battlefield? Lu Yin pondered. The 9th grade Lotus Venerable and Su Wei looked at each other and continued, the foundation of the Eternal Tribe is unfathomable. Under the premise of not having absolute confidence, if we can reach the peak glory of the former heavenly sect, then it will be the time to have a decisive battle with the Eternal Tribe. There is one more point. On the boundless battlefield, the strength of the Eternal Tribe is completely different from that of the Samsara spacetime. They are two completely different things. Even Su Wei did not understand what Wang Yuan said. He had wondered why the Eternal strength was different in the reincarnation spacetime, but he did not know the specific reason. Lu Yin raised his hand to stop Wang Yuan. His expression was solemn. The crusade must be carried out. Wang Yuan's expression changed. Master Lu. Lu Yin raised his hand again, stopping the 9th grade Lotus Venerable from speaking further. You have a point, so listen to mine. Firstly, I have issued the order for the 100-day crusade to the entire origin space. The order must be carried out and cannot be changed. Secondly, this is a battle between the origin space and the endless battlefield. The other parallel universes of the 6 Direction Guild can choose not to participate. Just guard your place as well. Thirdly, Lu Yin looked at Wang Yuan and Su Wei. Do you really think that I am rushing to the endless battlefield because I want to get rid of the Eternals as soon as possible? Wang Yuan and Su Wei were puzzled. Is that not the case? This was the thought of many people in the 6 Direction Guild. Lu Yin had broken through to the half-ancestor realm and was brought back to the Lu family. The Grandmaster realm in the Heavenly Empyrean sect increased one after another and rose to glory. Under such circumstances, it was normal for a young man like Lu Yin to have some thoughts of wanting for quick success. Many people thought that Lu Yin was rushing to the endless battlefield in the name of avenging his master, but in reality he was just trying to add a thick stroke to his name in history. Once he succeeded, it would be a contribution that would be remembered by the river of time and the generations of humans. This temptation was too great. Lu Yin laughed. Lu Yin walked from an ordinary cultivator to where I am today. If it was what you think, I would have died many years ago. In the battle through space, the witch spirit god died. We received a piece of news. Lu Yin looked at the two. The 7 sky gods are heavily injured and scattered in the endless battlefield. Wang Yuan and Su Wei exclaimed, the 7 sky gods are still in the endless battlefield. Everyone thought that the 7 sky gods had returned to the Eternals like the sole true God. No one expected that the 7 sky gods were still in the endless battlefield. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. The previous battle greatly injured the 7 sky gods. They are all heavily injured like the witch spirit god and are hiding in some corner of the endless battlefield. Since the witch spirit god can be killed, the other 7 sky gods can do the same. Don't the two of you want to take this opportunity to get rid of 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods? Su Wuwei was excited. Are you sure? Lu Yin said, I'm absolutely sure. Not only that, this crusade in the endless battlefield will also help us find the spies hidden in our 6-party society. It would be best if we can get rid of the 7 sky gods, but even if we can't, it will allow our 6-party society to establish a great advantage in the endless battlefield. Why not? I will not rashly enter the Eternals' territory, but we humans must take the lead in this war. If we can't sweep through the endless battlefield with so many progenitors, how can we win the war between the humans and the Eternals? Whether we win or lose, we must show our humanity's momentum no matter what. What else do the two of you have to say? Wang Yuan was helpless. She could not change Lu Yin's mind. Moreover, if they could get rid of 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods, it would play a decisive role in the war between the humans and the Eternals. The death of the witch spirit god had greatly boosted the 6-party society's morale. If 1 or 2 more died, the Eternals would be at a disadvantage. These two's arrival represented the will of many people in the 6-party society. Otherwise Lu Yin would not need to explain. Although it was the above heavens sect's crusade against the endless battlefield, if the 6-party society did not cooperate at all, the pressure on him would be great. After Wang Yuan and Su Wei left, the 6-party society's opposition to the crusade against the endless battlefield had decreased significantly. During the 100 days of preparation, the above heaven sect mobilized troops, cultivators, weapons and so on from various places. Meanwhile, cultivators from the 6-party society continued to arrive. None of the people that Lu Yin personally invited refused to join the crusade against the endless battlefield with the above heaven sect. This was the first time Lu Yin had initiated a great war since he became the above heaven sect's Dao master. This war was unprecedented in history. The number of progenitors involved, including the humans and the Eternals, might be dozens. Even in the above heaven sect's most prosperous era, such a number was rare. This was also the most important step for Lu Yin to establish his prestige in the 6-party society. His previous actions could only be said to be enough to resist the Grand Empyreans. However, this war would give him the power to lead the entire 6-party society. And the beginning of this war was the appointment of generals. As time passed, familiar faces arrived at the above heaven sect one after another. Ku Wei had returned with an army of giants. When he saw the above heaven sect, tears welled up in his eyes. He did not want to go to the astral beast domain anymore. It was too tough there. At Ku Lei, on the other side of the above heaven sect's plaza, Ku Lei sat cross-legged calmly. There were too many people here like him. There were no less than 1 million people in the plaza. These were all cultivators that had gathered from various places. Lu Yin had not forced them to come. They had all come voluntarily. When Ku Wei saw Ku Lei, he ran over. Ku Lei frowned, stood up and left. Ku Wei blocked his path. Ku Lei, why are you running? The current Ku Lei was different from before. He was calmer and more reserved. You're back. Ku Wei was pleased. How can Master summon an army of giants without me? You actually came as well. Aren't you afraid of dying in the endless battlefield? Ku Lei coldly replied, It's none of your business. Ku Wei sneered, I thought that someone like you would only hide behind others and steal the fruits of others' labor. Why? Did the Ku family kick you out because you're too useless? Ah. Ku Lei circled around him and left. After experiencing too much, people would grow. Even if some people were once arrogant, insufferably arrogant, and even if their hearts were dark, they would change with the passage of time. Ku Wei had not expected Ku Lei to leave without retorting. Was this still the same Ku Lei from before? Chapter 2899. In the distance, Yo Yi, Sujio and the others were all gathered here. This was where the 7 courts had gathered. Even further away, 2 figures, one black and one white, were running happily. They were Eversky Island's Blackie and Xiao Bai. Behind them were Haizid Xinwei and Xing Wudi. In another corner of the plaza, when Sansi had returned from the Hexagon training hall. He was also going to participate in this war. Xing Kai, Ling Gong, Jiu Hao and the former 10 arbiters had all arrived. They did not want to give up on this war. This was going to be a grand war, and they would be able to see an extraordinary battlefield. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, the 100 days were about to arrive. The various armies in the Genesis space had finished gathering. The Zhou Xian army, the Celestial army, the Astral Beast army, and equipment from the back garden continued to appear. From time to time, powerful progenitors' auras would sweep past and enter the Ascendant sect. At the bottom of the stairway looked down in shock. She saw a shocking scene that she had never imagined before. There were countless excited cultivators, powerhouses after powerhouses, and even half-progenitors. If she did not know that this was the Ascendant sect, she would have thought that the entire Hexagon Association had gathered here. Lu Yin did not appear for the next 100 days. On the last few days of the 100 days, the Ascendant sect gathered a terrifying number of cultivator armies. Many figures stood on the stairway quietly waiting for something. From top to bottom there were progenitors, half-progenitors, envoys, and so on. Standing at the front of the stairway were Lu Tianyi and the Netherworld Ancestor. Below them were Mu Carving, Su Wei, Wuxia, Elder Chan, Xiaochen, and so on. All of the progenitors retracted their auras as they waited for the last day of the 100 days to arrive. A bell rang. On the stairway, Lu Yin walked out of the void in front of the progenitor statue. Everyone faced Lu Yin and bowed. "Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster." A majestic voice resounded throughout the entire Genesis space, causing the void to swirl and form visible waves. On planet after planet, countless people watched with excitement as they paid their respects to Lu Yin. At this moment, even Lu Tianyi and Lu Qi had to bow to Lu Yin. They were not bowing to Lu Yin but to the Pathmaster. They were bowing to the person who could command the Genesis space. Lu Yin stood at the highest point and looked down. No one looked up at him, but he could see them all. "Everyone at ease, Lu Yin. Thank you, Pathmaster." Everyone stood up and looked up at the highest point where they saw Lu Yin standing there. At this moment even He-Ran was stunned. Lu Yin was glowing, and it was as if he controlled the entire human race. "Someone told me that the crusade shouldn't have started," Lu Yin said as he looked at everyone. His words shocked many people. Su Wei's expression changed and he looked at Lu Yin. What did he want to say? Everyone fell silent as they looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression was indifferent. "Some say that humans can't compare to the Eternals. The Eternals are unfathomable, and once war breaks out humans will suffer heavy casualties. Some say that the situation in the endless battlefield has slowed down. We shouldn't take the initiative to start a war against the Eternals. Some people said that I was eager for quick success and wanted to seek fame and fortune. That's why I decided to start a crusade. There are also people who say that this battle will be the beginning of the decline of mankind. So many people are advising me to give up on the crusade. They have a point. The endless battlefield will always be dominated by the Eternals. If the Eternals want to fight, then we will fight. If the Eternals don't want to fight, then the war can be delayed. The Eternals control the border battlefield of the Six-Way Association. If the Eternals don't attack, then the border is peaceful. If the Eternals do attack, then the border will fight to the death. At the Grand Celestial Tea Party, the Eternals invaded. Before this, no one thought that the Eternals would invade the Tea Party because no one thought that humans would go so deep into the Eternals' territory. But they did, and they messed up humanity's greatest event. It's very interesting, isn't it? The Eternals are the ones leading the war. Everything you hear, see, and think about, the Eternals control everything. So should we fight? Should we start this crusade? No one spoke. Everyone was silent. "I don't think so," Lu Yin said loudly. Everyone looked at him blankly. Shouldn't they? Then what was the point of them gathering here? Why fight when you know it's useless? It's just a crusade. Can it destroy the Eternals? Impossible. Can it change the human race's disadvantage against the Eternals? Also impossible. This crusade might cause many of you to die. I'm afraid of death, and everyone is afraid of death. Since that's the case, why fight? Let's wait. When the Eternals want to fight, we'll fight. When the Eternals stop, we can rest and recuperate. If the Eternals want to fight, then we'll fight. If the Eternals don't want to fight, then we won't fight. What do you think? Lu Yin's voice grew louder and louder until it reverberated in everyone's ears. His words made everyone sullen. If the Eternals wanted to fight, then they could fight. If they didn't want to fight, then they couldn't fight. How sullen was that? Is that a crusade? No, it's a fight to the death. Lu Yin roared and pointed at one person. You might die the moment you step onto the battlefield. He then pointed at another person. You might die in the next second. You'll all die. If you know you'll die, then why fight? Suddenly, huge screens of light appeared in the sky, blotting out the sun. In the starry sky of the universe, countless screens of light appeared in the above heaven sect, and countless scenes appeared. Within the screens, under the dark sky, tens of thousands of cultivators charged forward, but they were easily wiped out by the corpse kings. In another screen on a mountain peak, an old man wept blood. Below him, a young man roared, "Father, let's be father again in the next life. See you in the next life. Father, I want to be your father in the next life and help you stand at the front." How good. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain peak shattered and pairs of scarlet eyes replaced everything. In another screen, a planet cracked open and dozens of people huddled together. It was worth it. We lured most of the corpse kings here. The rest aren't a match for Senior Zhang and the others. They'll definitely win. It was worth it, ha. Daughter, take good care of your mother. Lin, do you regret it? Why should I? It's enough that I met you in this life. I, Hidden Sword, have slaughtered the Eternals all my life. What I regret the most is dying on the battlefield. What I regret the most is meeting you. Apart from Lin, the luckiest thing that happened to me was meeting Brother Hidden Sword. We've gone through life and death together. Brothers, it's over today. The Eternals didn't kill us because they wanted to transform us into corpse kings. Can you agree? No. Then what should we do? Not even our corpses remain. Not even our corpses remain. Screen after screen, people died one after another. Impassioned words of death resounded in the above heaven sect in the primordial space. Everyone stared blankly at these scenes as corpses fell one after another. Some of them didn't even have corpses. What they saw was the corpse king's cold gazes and bloody killing methods. Those who died had parents, wives, and children, but they had died in such a spectacular manner. They had fought for humanity. They had been born as humans and they had died as war spirits. These people's roars and maniacal laughter shocked everyone. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Look at them. They died so miserably. If the war starts, you will die as well. We're not afraid of death, someone shouted, his face flushed red. Daolord, we're not afraid of death. Even if we die, we have no regrets. We'll fight for humanity and die for humanity. Daolord, please grant us our wish. Master Lu, we're willing to die. Master Lu, please start the crusade. Master Lu, please start the crusade. Let's fight to the death with the Eternals. Who cares about the outcome of the war? Go to hell. We'll suffer heavy casualties. I don't believe that the Eternals have 3 heads and 6 arms. Even if we die, we'll bite off a chunk of their flesh. Fight. 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 Countless people shouted, "Fight," as they stared at Lu Yin with fervent gazes. Countless people's determination to face death on the screen completely erupted at this moment, forming an indescribable will. Even Lu Yin was shocked by this will. We may not win the crusade. We don't want to win. We only want to fight the Eternals, countless people shouted. Lu Yin raised his head. We'll suffer heavy casualties. Then let's fight to the death. Won't you regret it if you wait? We'll die without regrets. Countless people roared, their voices piercing through the starry sky. At the bottom of the sky stairwell, Ran was shocked by this will to fight to the death. Her face turned pale. Lu Yin's eyes widened and he shouted, "Fine, then let's fight to the death. Regardless of victory or defeat, regardless of life or death, I, Lu Yin, will lead the humans to the endless battlefield and fight the Eternals to the death." The appointment platform appeared, and the God Investiture catalog bloomed with golden light, illuminating the entire 5th mainland. Lu Yin bathed in the golden light and looked down at the above heaven sect. I, Lu Yin, as the Tao Master of the above heaven sect and the Master of the primordial space, officially announce the start of the crusade in the endless battlefield. I'll appoint the Netherworld progenitor. Big Sister walked out and looked up at Lu Yin. Here. Lu Yin looked down at her. I appoint you as the First Legion commander of the crusade. Elder Chan, Xiaxinji, Lu Yun and Dan Pu will assist you. Big Sister's mouth twitched. She didn't like this title. She was clearly an extremely powerful progenitor, but it was made to sound like something. This had never happened even in the Above Heaven sect. Back then, Gu Yizhi had treated her as a distinguished guest. How could he give her orders? There was nothing she could do. Netherworld, listen. Pick the general, wood carving. Here. I appoint you as the 2nd Legion commander of the crusade. Wuxia, Wang Jian, Chen Lu and Gon will assist you. Woodcutter, listen. Pick the 5 flavors of the void. Here. I appoint you as the 3rd Legion commander of the crusade. Shaochen, Su Heng, Su Lung and Bai Xing will assist you. Su Wuwei, listen. Wu Tianyi. Here. I appoint you to guard the primordial space and guard against the Eternal's sneak attack. Lu Qi, Mountain, Star-Lord and Ancestor Turtle will assist you. Lu Tianyi, listen. I, Lu Yin, will be the Chief Legion commander of the crusade. I will also be the 4th Legion commander. Dan Jing, Leng Qing, Xiaxia and Caged Flood Dragon will assist me. From now on, the crusade in the endless battlefield begins. The 4 legions set out. Thank you. Jakix, I am tired of it. Shuyu 59285813. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you. Thank you. Chapter 2900. Lu Yin gave the order, and the guideposts who had been standing guard at the side walked out and led everyone into the endless battlefield. There were 62 parallel universes in the endless battlefield, and with the addition of the 3 monarchs, there were 63 parallel universes. The Grand Empyrean and the others had destroyed several parallel universes in the previous battle. The 4 battle groups split into 4 routes and began to sweep through the endless battlefield. These routes, defensive measures and so on had already been confirmed before the generals were selected. There was also information on how to deal with the 7 sky gods. The commanders of the 4 battle groups were all sequence low realm powerhouses, and even if they encountered the 7 sky gods, they would not have been defeated so quickly. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have dared to say that he could sweep through the endless battlefield. The 6 Direction Society was shaken by the celestial sect's selection. A total of 25 progenitors had appeared, and the 6 Direction Society could only gather so many during the Grand Empyrean's tea party. Lu Yin's influence was evident at this moment. In the reincarnation space-time, Venerable Lotus exhaled with a complicated expression. This Lu Yin had used a single mobilization to forcefully hand over the initiative of the crusade to everyone. Regardless of whether they won or lost this battle, even if they suffered heavy losses, he would not take any responsibility. However, his words were not without reason. Humanity should take the initiative to wage war against the Eternals. The Grand Empyrean and the others had only fought for revenge, not to truly wage war. This was the true beginning of the war. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the celestial sect's influence would surpass the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin's reputation would also surpass her master's, even if his cultivation was not even at the extreme realm. Once he broke through to the extreme realm, this person might even surpass her master and become the leader of humanity. Although she did not want to admit it, she was certain that the Grand Empyrean's prestige would be suppressed by this person in the shortest time possible. How could such a person appear in the universe? She found it strange that the Eternals had not spent any effort to kill this person. If she was an Eternals, she would have destroyed this person at all costs. In the endless battlefield Limitless, Bodhi Sage welcomed 4 guests. Shui Chuanxiao, Su Qing, Wang Wen and Wei Rong. Bodhi Sage frowned as she looked at the 4. Limitless could not accept outsiders, but Lu Yin had forcefully requested it. He had said that it was to cooperate with the crusade, so Bodhi Sage could not refuse. Bodhi Sage was not confident that she could command this battle, as there were too many powerhouses involved. 4 battle squads. Coincidentally, there are 4 of you. Did the Lu clan send you here to monitor the 4 battle squads? Bodhi Saint asked. Wei Rong smiled. We are here to learn from Senior Bodhi Sage. Bodhi Saint looked at Wei Rong. Put away your fake smile. She did not understand Wei Rong, but her instincts told her that this person was very sinister. Wei Rong's smile remained unchanged. Wang Wen looked at her curiously. Hey Wendy, long time no see. Shui Chuanxiao looked at the screen and said with interest, so this is distanceless. It's a good place, a place where I can command even in my dreams. Su Qing said indifferently, I'll be in charge of the 2nd battle group. Wei Rong smiled and continued, I'm in charge of the 3rd battle group. Shui Chuanxiao said, I'll be in charge of the first battle group. Wang Wen shrugged. Then I'll be in charge of His Highness. What is your main objective? Bodhi Saint asked. The rest of the women in Limitless State curiously sized up these 4 people. No outsiders had ever entered Limitless State before. That above heaven sex Dao master really had a lot of face. Wang Wen smiled at Bodhi Sage. A spy. Bodhi Saintess nodded. She wouldn't be able to handle all 4 battle groups. Since these 4 were invited by Dao Lord Lu, they should be quite capable. I'll have to trouble you guys then. Shui Chuanshao looked at Bodhi Saint. Senior, you'll still be the commander. Bodhi Saint's eyes flashed. It's here. Someone exclaimed and everyone looked at the screen. 4 parallel spacetimes had appeared. The celestial spider spacetime, the noble spacetime, the blue spacetime, and the tiny spirit spacetime. These were the parallel spacetimes that the 4 battle groups had entered. Ever since they had entered the endless battlefield, this war led by Lu Yin had officially begun. The people of the Astral Tree Society were no strangers to this. Back then they had also not been willing to take the initiative to attack the New World. It had also been Lu Yin who had led them in expelling the Eternals from the battlefield on the other side of the endless battlefield. This was not the first time that Lu Yin had done something like this. Only by knowing your enemy and knowing yourself would you have a chance of defeating your enemy. However, sometimes being too cautious would also lead to a lack of courage. In the tiny spirit spacetime, Lu Yin had come again, but this time he was not alone. Instead, he had gathered hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Most of them were cultivators from the primordial space, and many of them belonged to the above heaven sex legions. There were also some from the 6 Paths Society. Among these cultivators, those who were explorers and above traveled through the universe, while those who were not yet explorers wore armor that allowed them to travel through the universe. Their main goal was not to kill but to search. Finding the 7 sky gods was easier said than done. Even if the 7 sky gods were present on the battlefield, if they did not appear, then no one would be able to find them. Fortunately, Zijing had developed a new weapon using the sequence particle equipment. It could not really be considered a weapon, but rather a device that interfered with the laws. It was equivalent to a simplified version of the sequence particle equipment, and it was called Returning Moment. Once it was used, any changes in the laws within a fixed area would be detected. The 7 sky gods were hidden in the endless battlefield because they had been injured in the previous battle. They were all recovering from their injuries, and it was very likely that they would touch upon the laws. Once they did, they would be discovered by Returning Moment, which would then be transmitted to the current battle groups. This was the only way for them to find the 7 sky gods. This method was very inefficient, and it was no different from waiting for someone to show up. However, it was the best method that Lu Yin could come up with. The 100 days of preparation had not been in vain. The cultivators had gathered and mass-produced equipment, and Returning Moment was one of them. When he had learned about this device, Lu Yin had asked Zijing if she could create a device that could interfere with the laws within the current area. This idea had enlightened Zijing, and she was certain that she could do it. However, it would take time, and it might take a long time. Once such a device was created, it would be very useful. Just imagine if such a device was used one day, it would instantly interfere with an opponent's laws and cause a momentary obstruction. That momentary delay would be enough. This was a weapon of the sequenced laws, and it could be abbreviated as a sequenced weapon. While thinking about the sequenced weapon, Lu Yin led the 4th battle group to descend upon the tiny spirit dimension. Elder Ling Qi, and the others from the tiny spirit dimension looked at the large group of cultivators that had appeared, and their shock was indescribable. Among these cultivators, there were existences whose strength they could not perceive, and there were also existences that Elder Ling Qi was certain to be on the same level as him. At a glance, there seemed to be an endless stream of cultivators. As Lu Yin raised his hand and waved, the caged Wurm roared, and Ling Qing slashed out with her sword, almost splitting the tiny spirit dimension into 2. The battlefield in the distance immediately calmed down, and the Eternal Corpse King was instantly crushed. The leading Corpse King at the level of a half-ancestor could not even fight back. When Lu Yin had given the green light to the tiny spirit dimension, it could be said that he had completely wiped out the Eternals in this dimension. However, the Eternals would not give up and would naturally make a comeback. No parallel dimension could absolutely eliminate the Eternals, and the Rotting God dimension was no exception. Kill! Endless shouts shook the sky, and the people of the tiny spirit dimension were dumbfounded as they watched the Eternals being slaughtered everywhere. When did humans become so strong? They had been suppressed all this time. Princess Ling Qi was familiar with Lu Yin and quickly stepped forward. "Mr. Lu, is it really you? Why are you here?" Ling Qi did not dare to approach the huge caged WM and could only shout from afar. Lu Yin suppressed the caged WM and took a step forward, arriving in front of Ling Qi and smiling. "As long as the Eternals are not destroyed, I will appear." Ling Qi was full of admiration. "Mr. Lu, these people are so powerful. The elders said that some of them are extremely strong, right?" Lu Yin smiled. "The tiny spirit dimension will soon give the green light again. Take the people of the tiny spirit dimension and go back. Leave this place to us." Ling Qi was excited and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. "Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you, comrades." The caged WM roared proudly and looked down at the starry sky. Soon he led the fourth battle group towards the Gemini dimension. Almost at the same time, the Sky Spider dimension, the Noble dimension, and the Indigo dimension all gave the green light. This was no longer a matter of lighting up, but a competition of speed. Limitless. Bodhi Sage had never seen such a scene. She had seen several parallel dimensions giving the green light, but she had never seen it so fast and so orderly. Was this mighty heavenly might really sweeping across the entire endless battlefield? This was a record that the Six-Party Association had never seen before. This was the real event of the human race. "Senior Bodhi Sage, please give the order for the Six-Party Association cultivators who do not belong to the endless battlefield but are still in the endless battlefield to join the subjugation battle group. They are not allowed to refuse for any reason. Violators will be punished as spies." Wang Wen suddenly spoke and his voice entered Bodhi Sage's ears. Bodhi Sage was puzzled. "Cultivators who do not belong to the endless battlefield?" Wang Wen looked at Bodhi Sage with a smile. "The endless battlefield is a millstone of life and death. Even progenitors are unwilling to come here. Any Six-Party Association cultivator who comes to the endless battlefield to fight is forced. Then why are those who are not forced to come here? This in itself explains the problem. Letting them join the subjugation battle group will make it easier to monitor them." Bodhi Sage said, "There are quite a few people from the Six-Party Association who took the initiative to join the endless battlefield. Worthy of praise. After this battle, the primordial space will reward and respect these people individually. But before the conclusion is out, anything is possible, isn't it?" Wang Wen's smile remained unchanged. Bodhi Sage felt that this person might be more sinister than Wei Rong. Right, by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan are both in the endless battlefield. They were not forced to come here but rather willingly. Could this order be targeted by Master Lu? Bodhi Sage's eyes flickered as he hesitated. Wang Wen frowned. "Senior Bodhi Sage, are you unwilling to give the order?" Bodhi Sage and Wang Wen exchanged glances. "The endless battlefield forbids infighting." Wang Wen nodded. "Of course." In the end, Bodhi Sage relayed the order to all the parallel spacetimes in the endless battlefield. Gemini spacetime also quickly lit up and Bodhi Sage gave the order. However, for a weaker parallel spacetime like Gemini spacetime, even if there were Six-Party Association cultivators who wanted to join, Lu Yin would not wait. If these people could keep up with the battle groups, then they would. If they could not, then it was impossible for them to catch up. Every battle group was led by a progenitor. The explorers could also experience the speed of a progenitor and ensure that they could sweep through the endless battlefield quickly enough. Chapter 2901. The next parallel spacetime could be the Great Stone Void or the Dark Spacetime. Lu Yin chose the dark spacetime. The cultivators of the Fourth Legion could not adapt to the completely dark spacetime, but they did not need to. This parallel spacetime was very small, and a few half-progenitors would be able to use it. After arriving in this spacetime, Lu Yin wanted to find Curmudgeonemo the most. This old thing did not distinguish between good and evil, and he could join the Eternals at any time. Lu Yin had to ensure that such a person joined the Sixth Direction Association or deal with him. There was no third option. When the Above Heaven sect had been attacked, this old thing had attacked Lu Bujing and had no intention of helping. Lu Yin was more inclined to deal with him. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity to lose a sequence law powerhouse. The other three squadrons were sent to the more difficult parallel spacetime battlefields. The First Legion was attacked by a progenitor corpse king, but it was killed by Xianxia after only one attack. Could not even escape. The Second Legion led by Woodcut appeared in a parallel spacetime filled with astral beasts. In this parallel spacetime, the Sixth Direction Association was at an absolute disadvantage because the astral beasts were also on the side of the Eternals. If they wanted to light up this parallel spacetime, not only did they have to kill the Eternals, but they also had to destroy the astral beasts that were hostile to the Sixth Direction Association. Although it was not difficult, it was very time-consuming. The Third Legion led by Su Wei did not encounter any trouble, but the parallel spacetime Stargate he had just arrived at had been destroyed by the Eternals, and he needed to use it in the Sixth Direction Association. Limitless. Orders were sent to the Sixth Direction Association, and Wei Rong suddenly said, "Take control of the people in the Jade Treasure spacetime and send someone else to take over." Bodhi Sage had the same thoughts as Wei Rong. 2 Stargates had just been destroyed in the Jade Treasure spacetime, which was not right and could not be a coincidence. The only possibility was that someone had notified the Eternals in the Jade Treasure spacetime in advance and ordered them to destroy the Stargates at all costs. They might even destroy the Stargates that the Third Legion would use to reach the parallel spacetime in order to delay the Third Legion. Only the people in the Jade Treasure spacetime could do such a thing. There were many people in the Jade Treasure spacetime, but this was not a problem for Wei Rong. His belief was that he would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one person escape. However, this was the endless battlefield and the commander was Bodhi Sage. Bodhi Saint only gave the order to change the people in the intelligence gathering place of the Jade Chi spacetime. She could not wantonly slaughter, otherwise, it would cause panic in the other parallel spacetime of the endless battlefield. Some of these parallel universes were forced into one of the endless battlefields by the Hexagon Order, such as the Three Monarchs universe and the Great Stone universe. Some of them were pulled into the war by the Eternals before they came into contact with the Hexagon Order, such as the Small Spirit universe. Others cooperated with the Hexagon Order, such as the Rotten God universe. The higher ranked the spacetime, the more likely it was to cooperate with the Sixth Directions Association. Bodhi Sage had to consider the feelings of these parallel spacetimes. "How's the Fourth Legion?" Bodhi Saint looked at Wang Wen after dealing with Jade Chi spacetime. Wang Wen said, "There's no way to get any information from the dark spacetime, but it's not a problem." Dark spacetime? Bodhi Sage squinted his eyes. Back then, there was a battle that even the great elder of the lost race was concerned about. He hoped that there wouldn't be any problems. At that moment, within the dark spacetime, Lu Yin's domain continued to extend as he threw out returners one after another to examine the fluctuations of the sequence laws. When Lu Yin's domain swept towards a corner, someone whispered, "There's a reaction." Lu Yin's eyes widened, and a boundless inner world appeared outside his body. Lines fused into his arm as the immovable heavenly king elephant roared, "Old devil, get out here." With a palm strike, the void shattered and an even deeper darkness appeared, extending towards that corner. At that corner, Old Devil Mo stepped out into space. "Lu family's brat, you dare to find trouble with this old man?" Lu Yin sneered, "Old thing, my above heaven sect was attacked, but you chose to help the everlasting race. To think that you were once the sect master of one of the 12 Elysium gates. I'll kill you without mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, the Divine Seal catalog appeared, and a golden light illuminated the dark spacetime, illuminating the direction of Leng Qing and the others to attack Old Devil Mo. Every battle group had a powerhouse who controlled the sequence laws, and the Fourth Legion was no exception. Dan Jing, a powerhouse who was second only to the Great Elder of the Lost Race, had joined the Fourth Legion. This was the Lost Race's support for Lu Yin's crusade. Lu Yin originally wanted to establish only 3 battle groups, but with the Lost Race's support he now had 4 battle groups. Old Devil Mo's expression was ferocious. "This old man will make you regret this." Boundless darkness spread out, and the originally dark parallel spacetime was enveloped by a layer of light that was even darker than the darkness. However, this darkness was unable to suppress the Divine Seal catalog. Leng Qing and Xiaxia attacked at the same time, and Old Devil Mo aimed his hand at the 2 of them, depriving them of their senses. The 2 suddenly stopped in space just like Lu Yin and Danpu had been. They had been deprived of their senses and they did not know where to go or what to do. If no one came to their rescue, they would forever sink into the darkness. This was Old Devil Mo's sequence laws of darkness. Under the Divine Seal catalog, figures walked out one after another. There were a total of 6 progenitors. Mu Jun had been killed by the sorcerer god, and his power had already disappeared. Even so, Lu Yin still had the power of 6 progenitors that he could borrow. Old Devil Mo was ruthless, and he took a step backwards as he aimed his hand at Leng Qing and Xia Zhen. At that moment, Dan Jing appeared in front of the two and shattered the finger sword with a wave of his hand. He took several steps back and looked at Old Devil Mo in shock. What a powerful attack! Old Devil Mo raised his brows, and at that moment Xia Xinji and the others who had walked out of the Divine Seal catalog had already attacked him. Sequence Law's powerhouses were very powerful, and the difference between them and ordinary progenitors was like heaven and earth. However, this did not mean that their numbers could not make up for it. Xia Xinji, Leng Qing, and the others who had been borrowed by the Divine Seal catalog all attacked. The Divine Martial Sword domain slashed down from above, and Leng Qing's Sky Blade realm and Elder Chan's secluded path slashed down. The power of 6 progenitors pressed down from all directions, and even Old Devil Mo felt the pressure. He used the reverse step and disrupted spacetime to evade. Against these progenitors who had been sealed as gods, depriving them of their senses was useless. The only thing he could do was say, profound meaning, sky of darkness. Under the sky of darkness only he reigned supreme. The absolute darkness immediately caused the Divine Seal catalog's light to dim. This move was enough to cause everyone to sink into oblivion. Old Devil Mo took advantage of this opportunity to charge towards Lu Yin. He wanted to kill this brat. Old Devil Mo arrived in front of Lu Yin with a bone-chilling gaze and a cruel smile of vengeance on his face. He grabbed out. Hand over Heaven's Eye. His finger approached Lu Yin. Under the sky of darkness, unless one was a powerhouse whose sequence laws surpassed Old Devil Mo's, no one could escape. Just as the palm neared Lu Yin's head, Old Devil Mo felt an inexplicable sense of unease that caused his scalp to turn numb. The reason he had been able to survive until now, especially after experiencing the calamity that had destroyed the mainland during the era of heaven, was because he had relied on both his strength and his intuition. The moment this sense of unease appeared, Old Devil Mo hurriedly retreated, but he was still a step too late. Lu Yin opened his eyes and power erupted from his heart, forming a starry sky that was repelled by the dark spacetime to form a circle of nothingness. This was a confrontation between 2 parallel spacetimes. The circle of nothingness separated the dark spacetime from the spacetime around Lu Yin's heart, and Old Devil Mo's palm was unable to immediately escape. It was torn apart by the power that separated the space between the circle of nothingness and Lu Yin's heart. Old Devil Mo howled and retracted his hand, but his wrist had been torn apart and fresh blood dripped down. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. What was this? Had he been repelled by a parallel spacetime? How was this possible? This brat. Suddenly, another sense of unease appeared. Old Devil Mo abruptly turned around, but Dan Jing had already appeared. The card danced in the air as a powerful suction force tried to suck Old Devil Mo in. To be able to escape the great dark sky, this person was definitely a powerhouse who had comprehended laws. With Old Devil Mo's cautiousness, it was impossible for him to be pulled into the card by a powerhouse who had comprehended laws from the Lost Clan. That would be suicide. Old Devil Mo used reverse step once more, and the power to reverse spacetime made it so that even Dan Jing could not approach him. Brat from the Lu family, I'll definitely make you pay. You'll have to be able to escape first. Lu Yin shouted and Old Devil Mo's pupils shrank. His reverse step suddenly lost its effect, and a ray of light had appeared beside him at some point. This ray of light restrained Old Devil Mo's ability to reverse spacetime, and at the same time, reverse time for a second, causing Old Devil Mo to return to his original position. At the same time, Dan Zheng's card descended and forcefully sucked Old Devil Mo in. He exhaled and stared at the card. Leng Qing and Xia Zhen had broken free from the sensory deprivation the moment Old Devil Mo had been sucked into the card, and they both gathered around to stare at the card. This was the battle between Dan Jing and Old Devil Mo. Before this, Dan Jing had warned Lu Yin that if he could bring a powerhouse who was on the level of the 7 sky gods into the card, then no one else should help him. He had been the one who had set up the trap within the card and he would be more effective if he was alone. He did not believe that Dan Jing could kill Old Devil Mo. After all, Old Devil Mo had lived from the above heaven sex era until now, and his trump cards could not be underestimated. This was especially true since he had betrayed Wu Tian and was still alive. Very quickly the card's surroundings began to distort. Lu Yin barked, "Retreat." Old Devil Mo appeared in an extremely sorry state. His body was mottled with blood, and his eyes were filled with indescribable fear and anger. He glared at Lu Yin viciously and tried to escape. Lu Yin hurriedly took action, using reverse step and slapping down with his slipper. Old Devil Mo yelled, "Brat from the Lu family, I won't let you off." His voice gradually faded away, and Lu Yin watched as Old Devil Mo's figure disappeared. He had used an external item to escape. A powerhouse who had comprehended laws had tried to use an external item to escape from him. No one had expected such a situation to occur. In the same dark spacetime, the situation had been completely reversed. Danjing appeared, panting heavily. He was also in a sorry state and his body was stained with blood. He was not much better off than Old Devil. "Senior, how are you?" Lu Yin asked worriedly. Danjing waved a hand weakly. "That old thing is very powerful. I can't keep him here." Lu Yin consoled him. "He's still a powerhouse who survived from the above heaven sex era. Senior, you've already injured him, so he shouldn't be able to come out for a while." Danjing was apprehensive. "You have to be careful. Although his sequence laws aren't that powerful at the moment, this kind of law is extremely powerful. It's the same as your 7-star archaic card, Eternal Darkness. My lost clan only had the ability to create 3 7-star archaic cards, and we chose Light and Darkness. 2 Light and 1 Darkness." Chapter 2902. Lu Yin understood what he meant. No matter how one looked at it, the law of darkness was extremely powerful, and they could not give Old Freak Mo any chance to catch his breath. However, Old Freak Mo had already escaped and would definitely not remain in the endless battlefield. It would be difficult to find him. Distanceless quickly received the news. The 4th battle group had given the dark spacetime a green light. Old Freak Mo, the master of the dark spacetime, had escaped with serious injuries. It was very likely that this person had joined the everlasting race. Wang Wen solemnly said, "Senior Bodhi Sage, please inform the 6 Direction Society to do their best to find Old Freak Mo. This person attacked the above heaven when the everlasting race attacked us. He is extremely dangerous." Bodhi Sage looked at Wang Wen deeply. These 4 had not only come to find a spy, but also to cooperate with Master Lu's orders to the 6 Direction Society. However, Master Lu's orders to the 6 Direction Society were not unacceptable. Whether it was allowing people not from the endless battlefield to join the battle group or searching for Old Freak Mo, it would only benefit the 6 Direction Society. However, if there were too many of these orders, it would indirectly increase Master Lu's influence in the 6 Direction Society. Bodhi Sage had still underestimated Master Lu. His battlefield was not just the endless battlefield, but also the 6 Direction Society. Could she refuse? No, she could not. She was the overall commander of the endless battlefield only because of the convenience of distanceless information, and not because she could command everyone in the endless battlefield. Whether it was information or orders from the endless battlefield, as long as there were no problems, it would be difficult for her to refuse. With the Grand Empyrean in seclusion, no one could stop Master Lu. More than a month had passed since the battle in the dark spacetime, and the 4 battle groups had already given the green light to 17 parallel spacetimes. This was unprecedented. The entire 6 Direction Society was watching this crusade. Even though the crusade had failed, giving the green light to 17 parallel spacetimes was enough to shock countless people. Meanwhile, the everlasting race had lost countless corpse kings. At least a few dozen half-ancestor corpse kings had died, and no less than 5 progenitor corpse kings had been killed. Lu Yin had also found 11 spies, some from the endless battlefield's parallel spacetimes, and some from the 6 Direction Society. Just as Lu Yin wanted, all the small fries would be swept away. The endless battlefield had never been so exhilarated before. The crusade had aroused the confidence of many parallel universes in the endless battlefield. However, Lu Yin and the rest were not happy at all, as these 17 parallel universes could only be considered ordinary. The dark spacetime continuum was more special, and without Old Freak Mo, it would not even be able to make it into the top 15. Even with Old Freak Mo, a powerhouse who could run away at any time would not be able to increase the dark spacetime continuum's ranking, unless Old Freak Mo explicitly helped the 6 Direction Society or the Eternals. In reality, the true Samsara millstone had yet to arrive. In the unsullied realm of reincarnation time and space, Bao Saint looked at the information from the boundless battlefield with a shocked expression. Although this Lu Yin was a bit rude in reincarnation spacetime, he finally did something that was very satisfying. Many people were against the idea of a crusade against the endless battlefield, but the Bao Saint did not. Just as Lu Yin had said, why should the Eternals decide the direction of the war? He wanted to attack the Eternals as well, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Now the 4 major battle groups were sweeping across the boundless battlefield. Each battle group had 5 extreme powerhouses, and the battle group's commander was a 3-level sequence law powerhouse. Even the Eternals did not dare to challenge them lightly. This was the might that the humans should display. The Bao Saint exhaled. He also wanted to join the battle group, but the unsullied realm needed someone to guard it. This Lu Yin was much more pleasing to the eye. A mournful alarm sounded throughout the unsullied realm. The Bao Saint's expression changed as he looked into the distance. His face turned pale. Unsullied realm. Outside, an endless number of corpse kings surged over. Among them there was even the aura of progenitor powerhouses. The one leading them was the captain of the True God Guard, Zhou Xian. At the same time, the border battlefield of the Wood Dimension also welcomed an endless number of Eternals corpse kings. They were also led by the captain of the True God Guard. The Lost Tribe, Ultra Spacetime, and the border were all in a state of emergency. Lu Yin led the 4 major battle groups to sweep across the endless battlefield. Even the Eternals did not want to fight them head-on. Even if all the captains of the True God Guard were gathered, it might not be effective. So they simply gave up on the endless battlefield and attacked the Hexagon Society. The endless battlefield was a tacit agreement between the Eternals and the Hexagon Society. If one side gave up, the other side could use the endless battlefield to invade the other side's nest. Now the Eternals did not give up voluntarily. Lu Yin's power was too strong, forcing them to give up and attack the Hexagon Society instead. The Eternals might not be able to stop Lu Yin's power, but they could make it difficult for the Hexagon Society to resist. Back in the Void Imperfection realm, Bao Saint shot out arrow after arrow, but they were all shattered by the disc. Every arrow was exchanged for a punch, as the Corpse King's emotions and desires could not affect them. The disc gave Bao Saint the same feeling as Lu Yin. It was indestructible. Zhou Xian did not land on the unsullied realm. Instead he punched through the inverted land and attacked the Bao Saint. In the distance the Food Saint arrived. Let me. The Bao Saint heaved a sigh of relief. He was not good at dealing with ruthless people who relied on pure physical strength, but the Food Saint was good at dealing with such ruthless people. Bang! There was a loud bang as the 2 fists collided. The Food Saint was sent flying, his entire arm twisted. He saw the eyes of Zhou Xian's Crimson Eyes transformation. He directly used the Crimson Eyes transformation. The Food Saint's true form was a Taotai. He was powerful, but it was still insufficient compared to Zhou Xian's Crimson Eyes transformation. Zhou Xian charged at the Food Saint and punched out again. The Food Saint gritted his teeth and reverted to his Taotai form, roaring at the sky. The Bao Saint shot out an arrow and the Food Saint could not hold on any longer. However, more Corpse Kings appeared in the distance. The most critical was Ultra Space. When the Eternals surged out from Ultra Space's borders, the entire Ultra Space was in a state of emergency. Lu Yin did not care for the black energy source's power, so Qiu Zhan and Xianxi's requests to join the battle were all rejected. He did not care for it and neither did the Eternals. In the past, the users of the black energy source could fight against ordinary Corpse Kings, but when the captain of the True God Guard appeared, Ultra Space was immediately in a state of emergency. Xianxia was killed in a single exchange from a True God Guard captain with long green hair named Lu Xian. No matter what attacks Xianxia used, they were all like a breeze in front of him, completely harmless. Not only Xianxia, but the art of gift at Ultra Space's borders had also been destroyed. Lu Xian looked at Ultra Space. If I can't win in the endless battlefield, I'll just switch to another battlefield. Even if I can't beat the Above Heaven sect, do you think I can't beat you? In the distance Qiu Zhan and Wenshi arrived, their expressions ugly. They already knew that Xianxia had died and this news shocked them. Ultra Space was in danger. The Sixth Direction Association's parallel spacetime master was in seclusion, and if the sequence law's powerhouses were not present, then they would be defeated by the Eternals like a tide. Lu Yin had already received news that Bodhi Sage had asked the 4 battle squads to reinforce the 6 Direction Association. Once the 6 Direction Association was completely defeated, even if they won the endless battlefield, it would be meaningless. As for inviting the parallel spacetime master, that was even more impossible. The only true god and the 7 sky gods were in seclusion to recuperate. Their Grand Empyreans Patriarch Lu Yuan, and the others should also be recuperating. If they were alerted by the Eternals, then the top powerhouses would be at a disadvantage, and that would be disastrous. Lu Yin's crusade against the endless battlefield could succeed, but the price would be great. If the 4 battle squads sent people to reinforce the 6 Direction Association, then their invincible edge would lose its luster. Fortunately, the pre-celestial sect had already taken this situation into consideration before the battle. Lu Yin's 4th battle squad split up. He led some people to the 3rd battle squad's parallel spacetime, while Leng Qing led some people to the 2nd battle squad's parallel spacetime. The 4 battle squads advanced side by side, and they had already determined their routes before the battle began. They would not be too far apart, and they could reach each other at most 2 parallel spacetimes to ensure that they could support each other. Once the 6 Direction Association was in trouble, the 4th battle squad would split up and the 4 battle squads would become 3. Each battle squad's strength would remain unchanged, and it would be enough to allocate 1 battle squad's experts to reinforce the 6 Direction Association. Dan Jing directly returned to the Lost Clan. Lu Yin arrived at the 3rd battle squad, and Xiao Chen, who had originally belonged to the 3rd battle squad, headed to Ultra Space to provide support. Leng Qing and Chen Lu also went along. Ultra Space was too weak and they needed more experts to support them. Xia Zhen led people to join the 2nd battle squad, while Gon returned to the wood spacetime. The 4 battle squads merged into 3, and only the 1st battle squad remained unchanged. The 2nd battle squad's Xia Zhen replaced Chen Lu, while the 3rd battle squad's Xiao Chen was replaced by Lu Yin and Hellworm. In Ultra Space, the host of the feed technique was urgently sent to the border. When Shi, Old Sui and Qiu Zhan, the 3 black energy source users, teamed up against Lu Shan, but they were still at a disadvantage and could be defeated at any time. They could only deal with the ordinary progenitor corpse kings of the true god guards by themselves. The captain was on a completely different level from ordinary progenitor corpse kings. If they were in the primordial space, the captain of the true god guards could fight against any progenitor corpse kings below the rank of law sequence powerhouse. Qiu Zhan and the others used the black energy source, and no matter what, they could not be a match for Xiaxinji. Lu Shan waved his hand, and the flying leaves allowed Qiu Zhan and the others to narrowly avoid them. 4 of them had died to these flying leaves. The flying leaves looked soft, but they had the power to break through the black energy. Even the host of the feed technique could not erase this power. These flying leaves were driven by physical strength, and the host of the feed technique could only erase energy. If not for Master Wei, this ultra space would have been destroyed long ago. Lu Shan's long hair fluttered and his expression was extremely cold. There was a bone-chilling coldness in the depths of his eyes, and visible ripples spread out around his body, covering the surroundings. Qiu Zhan and the others were shocked. This warring state? What Lu Shan used was the warring state, second only to the mastery realm. With the warring state support, even if Lu Shan did not cultivate Corpse King transformation, his physical strength was extremely terrifying. All of you can die. Lu Shan charged towards Qiu Zhan. The 3 of them released the black energy at the same time. Each of the black energy was enough to deal with an progenitor Corpse King, but it had no effect on Lu Shan. When the 3 black energies approached Lu Shan, they directly slashed past him. Up until now, they did not know how Lu Shan had made their attacks ineffective. The warring state enveloped them, and the powerful pressure caused Qiu Zhan and the others to cough up blood. Lu Shan descended in front of Qiu Zhan. Facing the countless attacks from ultra space and the incoming black energy, his gaze did not even waver. It was impossible for these people to hurt him. Suddenly, Lu Shan turned his head and looked in a certain direction. There, a blade slashed over, and it was extremely sharp. It was on a completely different level from the black energy. An expert has arrived. Chapter 2903. Mad Principal Xiao Qin, Leng Qing and Chen Lu appeared at the hyperspace border. Their arrival allowed Qiu Zhan and the other 2's hearts to calm down. Although they didn't want to admit it, in a battle of the same level, black energy users were definitely at the bottom. They had relied on cheating to reach this level. A power that could be taken away at any time wasn't power at all. The primordial space was the exact opposite of the Six Direction Society. These cultivators had experienced all sorts of calamities and tribulations, and Lu Yin's quasi-progenitor origin tribulation during the Tea Party had completely frightened the Six Direction Society. Coupled with the primordial space's interaction with the Six Direction Society, the Six Direction Society began to understand the primordial space more and more, and they began to admire it more and more. Although it seemed that samsara time and space had bestowed the 3 venerables and 9 saints with incomparable power, the origin space was an ancestor realm that had experienced calamities and tribulations to reach this level. It made one feel more at ease and was filled with infinite possibilities. Only when the origin space was born in the extremely glorious era of the Above Heavens sect could it appear in any other spacetime. Zhou Xian and the others appeared to make hyperspace feel at ease subconsciously. They didn't think much about it. They didn't know that this represented some kind of signal, a signal that the beginning space surpassed the reincarnation spacetime. The blade battle sliced through the void and slashed towards Green Mountain. The result was the same as when Zhou Xian and the others attacked. All the blade lights were deflected, and Green Mountain stood in his original position without moving. Lung Qing frowned. What was going on? Heavenly Saber Realm. Endless sabers descended from above, covering the entire border battlefield. Lu Shan faced the huge Heavenly Saber Realm and could be killed at any time. However, the descending Heavenly Saber once again deviated above his head. The arrow was shot from afar. It came from Qin Lu and was also off course. These true God Guard captains are quite troublesome. Qin Li's expression turned ugly. Actually, he wanted to participate in the crusade in the endless battlefield. With so many progenitor powerhouses gathered there, the endless battlefield would actually be safer. But here he had to fight to the death with the captain of the true God Guard. Lu Yin did not treat him as one of his own. The black energy wantonly bombarded. Everyone's attacks missed Green Mountain. Zhou Xian attacked with a palm strike. There was nothing there, but Green Mountain had no way to evade. Green Mountain's body trembled and his eyes began to dim. Qiu Zhan and the others looked at the crazy principal in astonishment, not knowing what had happened. Qin Lu raised his eyebrows. Cultivating in the secular world, this person was a monster. He had opened up a different cultivation path. In the battle above the Sky sect, he had suppressed the captain of the True Divinity Guards right after breaking through to the Ancestor Realm. Amongst the many Ancestor Realm experts above the Sky sect, this person was definitely ranked at the top. The crazy headmaster had seen too many experiences. He had transformed them into the mundane world and forcefully injected them into Green Mountain's memories, allowing Green Mountain to experience the path of others in the mundane world. This path was filled with pain and joy. For ordinary people, it was equivalent to experiencing the lives of others. But for Ancestor Realm experts, they were filled with determination to be able to step into the Ancestor Realm. They were obsessed with their own lives and they had their own goals as intelligent creatures. Once the world of mortals was imposed, it would bring about a metamorphosis in one's thinking. Lu Shan, who had been confident that he could fight against so many progenitors by himself, had a change in expression at this moment. Lung Qing and the others seized this opportunity to attack. Lu Shan. A sharp cry resounded throughout the battlefield, waking Lu Shan up. Lu Shan suddenly opened his eyes. The attack that was about to descend was once again diverted. He stared at the crazy headmaster with apprehension. This old bastard was too strange. On the border battlefield between the Eternals and Ultra Space-Time, a black-robed man appeared. This person was the one who had just screamed to warn Green Mountain. Another Ancestor Realm expert. However, this time it wasn't only this person who appeared. Behind him, numerous powerful auras descended, bringing unprecedented shock to Qiu Zhan and the others. A total of 15 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings had arrived. Qin Li's face paled. It was over. Destroy Ultra Space-Time. A sharp voice resounded in his ears. The black-robed man suddenly charged towards the crazy headmaster. I'll be his opponent. Behind him, the 15 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings charged in all directions. Their goal was to destroy Ultra Space-Time. Lu Shan waved his arm and a flying leaf shot towards Lung Qing and the others. You can all die now. Lung Qing frowned and immediately notified the road signs that corresponded to the routes that the 3 major squadrons had to take. She had them head to the endless battlefield to inform Lu Yin that they could not take on this battle. Arrows flew, and in the distance 2 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings surrounded Qinlu. Qinlu gritted his teeth and looked around. The black-robed man was facing off against the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster had used the mortal world tempering heart, but it was useless against the black-robed man. Meanwhile, Leng Qing's opponent was Lu Xian. Although Leng Qing's attacks were meaningless, Lu Xian's attacks did not pose much of a threat to Leng Qing. Qiu Zhan and the others were surrounded by Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. Elder Zhou was already in imminent danger. These people who used the black energy source were already very weak, and they could only deal with 1 ancestor at most. Any more and they would be finished. Behind them, the Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings used the green eye transformation, and their physical bodies continued to strengthen. The pressure on Qinlu increased, and he had no choice but to use the sequence particle. The rule that he had obtained from the sequence particle was laziness. Laziness was the nature of intelligent creatures. Regardless of whether it was humans or astral beasts, as long as they had intelligence they would be lazy. Of course, those creatures without intelligence would also be lazy, but it was not that obvious. It seemed like human nature, but in reality this was the rule. If it were not for the rule, then it would not have appeared. Anything that appeared in the universe, regardless of whether it was an object or a phenomenon, was a type of rule. The rules were endless. Qinlu attached the sequence particle to an arrow and shot it at the Corpse King that had used the green eye transformation. The Corpse King punched out and the arrow shattered, but the sequence particle also hit it. Would a Corpse King be lazy? Naturally not, but if it was forcefully locked down by the rules of laziness, then it would be different. Qinlu watched as the Corpse King's green eye transformation faded. He was lazy and did not want to use it. Because of his laziness, the Corpse King actually stopped in place and did not want to move. Qinlu heaved a sigh of relief, rejoicing that he had obtained this rule. It was a very useful one. Now he was only facing progenitor Corpse Kings from another direction. The sequence rule was a power that could change the situation of a battle. If not for the sequence rule, Qinlu might not have been able to survive being surrounded by 2 Corpse Kings. Elder Zhou was not so lucky and he was killed by the Corpse Kings. Next was Wen Shi, who was in imminent danger. The crazy principal was restrained by the black-robed man. This person did not fear the mundane world, which made it difficult for the crazy principal to use his strength. Progenitor Corpse Kings from the Zio realm rushed over and attacked without restraint. The Yu family cried blood. Outside the staircase where Bai Qian was, a Corpse King also rushed over. Without its dimensional master, hyperspace was the weakest link of the Hexagon Association. The users of the black energy source could not stop the Eternals at all. At the border battlefield, Lu Yin arrived with a roar. He had immediately rushed over after receiving a report from hyperspace. At the same time, the 3rd Legion had also joined up with the 1st Legion. The Eternals were not stupid. When faced with a crusade, they would have all sorts of ways to deal with it. Wang Wen, Wei Rong and the others would not act for 100 days. Through analysis, they would be able to deal with any situation immediately. The Eternals attacking hyperspace was also within Lu Yin's expectations. As long as such a situation occurred, the 3 legions would immediately merge into 2. Qinlu was overjoyed. Lu Yin had come. Even if he came alone, his methods were enough to change the situation. The God Seal Catalog's golden light sprinkled over the Hexagon Association, attracting the attention of the progenitor Corpse Kings. Lu Yin stood on Hellworm's head while Xianxia and the others rushed out in all directions. Lu Yin held the slipper in his hand and stirred up spatial lines, instantly appearing in front of a progenitor Corpse King. He raised the slipper and slammed it down. Dodge! A sharp voice rang out. The progenitor Corpse King wanted to avoid Lu Yin's attack, but Lu Yin's speed was not something these ordinary progenitor Corpse Kings could compare to. The slipper slammed into the progenitor Corpse King's head, shattering it. Lu Yin stared at another progenitor Corpse King and stirred up spatial lines. Dodge, all of you! The sharp voice shouted. But in the face of Lu Yin's control over space, these ordinary progenitor Corpse Kings could not escape. In the blink of an eye, 3 progenitor Corpse Kings were crushed. Before the Lu family had returned, Lu Yin had not had the opportunity to find a progenitor realm Corpse King and kill it. At that time he had wanted to kill a progenitor realm Corpse King, but after the Lu family had returned, he had learned of the Lu family's ancestral teachings from his father, Lu Qi, that he was not allowed to kill a corpse king. In the entire Lu family, perhaps other than Madman Lu, no one else could kill a progenitor corpse king. This was the ancestral teachings passed down by ancestor Lu Yuan. Faced with the temptation of 3 progenitor corpse kings, Lu Yin resisted and stared at the black-robed man who kept screaming, "So noisy." Then he moved towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man screamed, "You've fallen into a trap, the 3rd Legion must have been destroyed." Lu Yin appeared behind the black-robed man. "Nonsense." The slipper slammed down. The black-robed man tried to escape, but he saw a flash of light around him. In a second, Lu Yin's slipper slammed into the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man screamed as his black robes shattered, revealing his true body underneath. Lu Yin was stunned. What the hell is this? Not only him but Leng Qing, Qiu Zhan and the others at the border battlefield were also stunned. Even the crazy Dean who had experienced the mortal world was stunned. Is this a fish? No wonder his mortal world experience was useless. Letting a fish experience a human's experience was like letting a human experience a fish's experience. What kind of feelings could there be? At most he was surprised. A fish standing upright and using its fins to walk. This was the black-robed man. This was simply a fish. Lu Yin sized up the fish. Fish could do this. The cheap fish above Shiqi's head had already refreshed countless people's worldviews, but this fish was even stranger. "My name is Yu Huo, one of the captains of the True God Guard. Master Lu, your 3rd Legion should have been destroyed by now. The so-called crusade against the endless battlefield is simply a joke. It's the starting point of your celestial sect's decline." The fish raised its head and let out sharp, ear-piercing cries. It was clearly a fish, but it showed its arrogance. Lu Yin exhaled. There were countless creatures in the universe, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Say it again. Nonsense. On the endless battlefield, the 3rd Legion was about to join up with the 1st Legion, but they were attacked by the Eternals halfway. The 4 great legions took 4 different routes to the endless battlefield. The Eternals wanted 2 legions to disappear and the 4th Legion to reinforce and destroy the 3rd Legion. This was the Eternals' goal. Chapter 2904. It was not the captain of the True God Guards who had attacked the 3rd battle group. Instead it was Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, an inhuman 5 ordinary progenitor realm corpse kings, and countless other corpse kings. After Lu Yin left with caged Wm, only Su Wei, Su Heng, Su Leng, and Bai Xing remained in the 3rd battle group. Although it seemed like a lot, they were still in danger when faced with the attack of 7 progenitors from the Eternals. In a parallel space-time, humans and corpse kings fought, causing the starry sky to overturn. Reverend God Xiaoyin sneered. Does the son of the Lu clan really think that the endless battlefield is a place where he can do as he pleases? Zuwei, if you want to blame someone, blame him. He is the one who caused your death. The scorching power of the Great Yang burned the stars. The Great Yang was the Great Yang and the Great Yang was the Great Yang. It seemed like the Great Yang was nourishing the Great Yang, but in reality the Great Yang was nourishing the Great Yang. It broke through the Yin and entered the Great Yang and the Great Yang and the Great Yang merged. Su Wui's face was solemn. Facing divine venerable Xiaoyin's power of the sun, he could only disperse it with Tai Xian. Divine venerable Xiaoyin, you actually cultivate the power of the sun? Everyone was deceived by you, but you should have been stripped of your power by the Grand Empyrean. Old thing, I've long found you an eyesore. Back then you wanted to join forces with the Lu clan to trick me. Today I'll make you pay the price. Die with unwillingness. Not only did Xiaoyin divinity use the power of the sun sequence law to fight against Su Wui's space sequence law, blue stripes appeared on the surface of his body. The power of the 8-star jadeite reappeared, imitating Tai Xian and using Tai Xian. And his laws in the power of the sun were much stronger than in the previous battle in the rotting god universe. Su Wei was shocked. How could Xiaoyin Divine Venerable use Tai Xian? The collision between Tai Jade and Tai Jade caused the void to collapse, and the power of the sun took the opportunity to burn the 5 flavors of the void. Su Wei coughed up blood. In the distance, the heaven-conquering staff smashed towards the round plate. The mutants were fighting against Bai Xing. This is a battle between the Eternals and the humans, as well as a battle between the 6th mainland and the 5th mainland, the outsider declared. Bai Xing raised an eyebrow. You're from the 6th mainland? That's great. It's a pity that we didn't make it in time for the decisive battle between the 5th mainland and your 6th mainland. Today we'll make you pay the price. The mutant sneered, "Die." Su Heng and Su Lung faced 4 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings at the same time. Another Ancestor Realm Corpse King was being held back by the Demon Emperor. The current sect masters of the Above Heaven sect and the Heavenly Gate were all participating in the battle. The Demon Arch was one of them, and he happened to be in the 3rd battle group. Even further away, Sky Jialan was challenging a half-martial Ancestor-level Corpse King, but her gaze was focused on the battle between Divine Venerable Xiaoyin and Su Wei. Was that an 8-star talent? Why was that person able to display an 8-star talent? This was something that only the Jialan clan members could use. Could that person be from the Jialan clan? Su Wei, die. The Xiaoyin Divine Venerable roared. The power of the sun invaded and the Taishan domain collided. Su Wei's face was ghastly pale, but he let out a mocking smile. Supreme God Xiaoyin, have you forgotten that I cultivate the power of the virtual god? Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's pupils shrank. Su Wei took out a pot and said, "This pot can cook the 5 tastes of the human world: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty. Supreme Divinity Xiaoyin, have a taste." Then a terrifying amount of virtual god power flew towards Supreme Divinity Xiaoyin. The power of the Great Yin and Great Yang blasted out from the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign's body. There was a loud boom and ripples appeared in the void. When the people of the virtual god universe fought, they could use virtual god power to draw power that was several times or even more than 10 times their own. This was a great advantage. Even if Supreme God Xiaoyin used the power of the sun and the moon to form a sequence rule that surpassed Su Wei's, it was difficult for him to break through the virtual god power. At the critical moment, a figure appeared. The figure appeared behind Su Wei and raised his arm high. In his hand was a huge black strip which he smashed down at Su Wei. Su Wei turned around. The intense danger made him shiver. He wanted to avoid it, but he was surrounded by the power of the sun and moon. It was difficult for him to withdraw his virtual god power to resist Supreme God Xiaoyin. Seeing that the huge black strip was about to hit Su Wei, a golden light suddenly illuminated the parallel space. The God Sealing Catalog appeared above Su Wei's head. The Eternal Clan is so strange. Lu Qi turned his back to Su Wei and faced the figure holding the black strip. The black strip smashed onto the God Sealing Catalog. Black and gold lights intersected, forming a huge shadow that spread across the parallel space. Su Wei was afraid. Be careful. It should be the captain of the True God Guards. The newcomer was Lu Qi. He had been following the 3rd battle group. The 3rd battle group was the most important of the 4 battle groups. Once the 4th battle group was disbanded, the Eternal Clan would first destroy the 3rd battle group. The 1st and 2nd battle groups would not move no matter what happened. Lu Qi's existence was enough to deal with a sequence rule powerhouse. He was not a sequence rule powerhouse, but because of his uniqueness he had no problem holding back a sequence rule powerhouse. However, there was no sequence rule powerhouse. Instead, there was a captain of the True God Guards. Supreme God Xiaoyin's expression was ugly. If Lu Qi could appear, the other Above Heaven sect powerhouses might not. They had been prepared for this battle. What a strange and disgusting power. You must be a shroud. Lu Qi stared at the figure holding the black strip and leaped out. He waved his hand and threw out the Xidagarba needle. Wang Jian's power walked out of the God Sealing Catalog toward the mutant. The mutant was a traitor of the 6th mainland. Whether it was the enmity between the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland, or now that he had betrayed the 6th mainland, he was the one Lu Qi wanted to kill the most. As for Supreme God Xiaoyin, he could not kill him. Lu Qi's appearance was equivalent to 2 progenitors. Supreme God Xiaoyin had no choice but to order a retreat. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to leave when the 1st battle group arrived. The mutant wanted to leave, but he was entangled by Bai Sheng. With Wang Jian's arrival, he could not leave. Supreme God Xiaoyin, save me, the mutant shouted. Supreme God Xiaoyin was about to attack when Su Wei's Taishan domain spread out and blocked them. Supreme God Xiaoyin could not fight Su Wei to the death for the mutant, so he could only leave. The captain of the True God Guards who attacked Lu Qi also left. The mutant's expression was ferocious. Divine power appeared in his body and blasted toward Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng was afraid of the divine power and hurriedly retreated. The mutant wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but he found that the Taishan domain had surrounded him. Within the Taishan domain, it was impossible for him to tear through the void and leave. It was even more impossible for him to find the astral door. His surroundings were already blocked by Lu Qi, Su Heng and Su Leng. The mutant's heart sank. He did not expect this. They were the ones who had been tricked. Lu Yin dared to attack the endless battlefield, so he had been prepared. Lu Qi looked at the mutant and sneered. It's not bad to get rid of one. Bai Xing raised the sky-vanquishing staff and pointed it at the mutant. The mutant gritted his teeth. I betrayed the Eternals. I'm willing to tell you the Eternals' secrets as long as you don't kill me and let me join the above heaven. I know many secrets of the Eternals. It will definitely be useful to you. Lu Qi narrowed his eyes. How sad. You betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals. Now that you're facing death, you want to betray the Eternals again. Who would want someone like you? The mutant clenched his fists. I just want to live. The humans can't stop the Fifth Mainland situation. Let me go this once. I'm an progenitor after all. The above heaven wants to pursue its past glory. The more progenitors the better, right? Su Heng and Su Leng looked at each other. It was rare to see such a shameless powerhouse. Su Wei said, surrender. We won't kill you now. The mutant's expression changed. I want Lu Yin's promise. Then you can go to hell. Bai Xing's staff smashed down. At the same time, the Xidagarba needle shot at the mutant. Su Wei's Taishan territory shrank, and the terrifying Void God's power crashed into the mutant. The mutant was on the verge of death. He spat out blood and begged for mercy. Right, I surrender. I want to see Lu Yin. I want to talk to him. The mutant was indeed valuable. After all, he had joined the Eternals for so long. Bai Xing raised the sky-vanquishing staff and pressed it against the mutant's shoulder. The mutant's expression darkened. He had not expected this outcome. Back then he did not think that the humans could win. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would appear and lead the Fifth Mainland to expel the Eternals? If he had known this would happen, he would never have betrayed the humans. Extreme regret caused him to cough up blood again. Bai Xing reached out to grab him. Suddenly, Su Wei retracted his Taishan territory and pushed Bai Xing back. Bai Xing was confused. In front of him, the mutant's divine power surged out and burned his body. He screamed in pain, and this kind of shrill scream was extremely horrifying. Indescribable pain engulfed the mutant. The mutant did not expect this. He kept twisting his body to escape the divine power. I was wrong, true God. I was wrong. I did not want to betray the Eternals. True God, please let me go. I was wrong. Everyone retreated and looked at this scene in horror. One could imagine how much pain a progenitor had to go through to make him scream like this. The mutant melted under the divine power's burning. The speed was very slow. His hair, skin, muscles, and bones melted inch by inch. However, his head was not injured. His mind was clear and he was enduring the extreme pain of being awake. This scene made everyone shudder. Bai Xing was terrified. If Su Wei had not discovered it early, he would have been burned by this divine power. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The mutant screamed, rolled, and begged for mercy. His voice became hoarse. The whole process lasted for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. The mutant was melted by the divine fire. Finally, it reached his head. The burning of his head was even slower. The divine fire wanted to make him feel pain. His skin and muscles melted at a much slower speed than the burning of his body. The mutant screamed, bone boat, be careful of the bone boat. When the bone boat descends, everything will be annihilated. As these words appeared, the divine fire suddenly sped up and drowned out his voice. He could not make a sound, and a smile of relief appeared on his face. This was a fate worse than death. This was truly a fate worse than death. The people of the third battle group watched as the mutant was burned into nothingness. They felt as if cold water had been poured over them from head to toe. It was bone-chilling. This was the fate of a traitor. In hyperspace, the moment deity Xiaoyin and the others retreated, Lu Shan, Yu Hua, and the others received the news. They had wanted to scheme against the third battle group, but they had been tricked by the third battle group. Could not be called a scheme. If not for the first battle group's support, deity Xiaoyin and the others might have been able to fight the third battle group to the death. You have finally understood why Lu Yin did not care. After failing to eliminate the third battle group, hyperspace did not have the upper hand. They also wanted to retreat. Chapter 2905. Lu Yin saw through their plan and barked, "Everyone keep an eye on the Eternals. Don't let them escape." "Do you really think you can keep us here, Dao Lord Lu?" Yu Hua stared at Lu Yin with a ferocious gaze. Lu Yin sneered, "I'd like to see how a fish like you can escape from my hands." With that, a stream of light flashed as he raised his slipper and slammed it down. Yu Hua's eyes widened. First stage transform. Along with his voice, his appearance suddenly changed as he continued to expand. He transformed from a fish into a giant python that swept its tail towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin slammed down with his slipper, not caring if it was a fish or a python. With a crack, the python's tail was torn apart and it howled in pain. At the same time, Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Lu Yin was shocked. Director? No one had expected the crazy director to suddenly be injured. The python growled, "Let's go." Lu Yin was about to attack when he suddenly remembered something. He opened his celestial eye and stared at the crazy director. He saw a fish scale on the crazy director's body, and if one did not look carefully they would not have noticed it. The scale must have come from that fish, but there were no sequence particles. Could it be an innate gift? He remembered that the true God Guard captains had unique innate gifts. "Director, peel off the scale." Lu Yin shouted. The crazy director threw the scale out. At that moment Lu Shan and Yu Hua met up. Lu Yin gave chase and slammed down with his slipper, but Lu Shan was right in front of him. Lu Yin saw a strange scene. He saw a circle and a straight line in front of him. His own attack had brushed past Lu Shan's body, but he hadn't even touched it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Hua and Lu Shan fled to the other side of the border. Lu Yin wanted to chase after them, but there were progenitor corpse kings chasing after him. Aside from the true God Guard captains, there were 15 progenitor corpse kings invading hyperspace. Lu Yin casually crushed one of the progenitor corpse kings. On the border battlefield, the Eternals retreated like a tide. Qin Lu heaved a sigh of relief. The crisis was over. Lu Yin could not deal with all the progenitor corpse kings by himself. His existence was more to change the situation of the battlefield. In the Battle of the Eternals invading hyperspace, hyperspace had lost 4 and 2 black energy users. Their black energy source was still there, but the black energy inside had been used up. Hyperspace had the ability to create black energy sources, but he did not have that much energy to absorb. If he did, then it would not be 10 but 100. Hyperspace alone could deal with the true God Guards. This was only the loss of the border battlefield. The loss of the entire hyperspace was even greater. A progenitor realm corpse king had rampaged through hyperspace, the Zio realm had been destroyed and Yufeng had died. What worried Lu Yin the most was that Bai Qian had gone missing. Without her corpse, it was unknown whether she had been killed or taken away by the ancestor realm corpse king. It was more likely that he would be killed. Since the dimensional master was dead, the Eternals would not care about Bai Qian. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, but he had no other choice. They had already expected that the Eternals would attack the hyperspace continuum, but they could not change their plans just because of a single hyperspace continuum. After all was said and done, the hyperspace continuum was not the primordial space. Without Dimensional Master, transdimensional space had lost the confidence to become one of the 6 direction guilds. Their greatest value now was their cultivation techniques. Lu Yin planned to use hyperspace as a research base in his backyard. The back garden was the research department of the sect of the heavens above heaven. Things, pyrolite mines and the energy research group now belonged to the back garden, and it was possible to move the back garden into the hyperspace. No one could object, as Lu Yin was the one who was protecting the hyperspace continuum. With his current prestige in the 6 Direction Guild, unless a Grand Empyrean appeared, no one would be able to point fingers at him. This battle had thoroughly awakened the hyperspace continuum. It had made them realize that the hyperspace continuum, which had lost its dimensional master, could no longer compare to the other parallel universes of the 6 Direction Guild. Without the sect of the heavens above heaven, the hyperspace continuum would be finished. Lu Yin was concerned about the crazy headmaster's injuries. Ever since the crazy headmaster had broken through to the ancestor realm, he had not been injured due to his unique cultivation method. He could also use the path of the red dust to fight against a true God Guard captain, which was something that people like Qin Lu could not compare to. Lu Yin would rather lose 10 Qin less than lose one crazy headmaster. It's just a slap. I'm fine, the crazy headmaster said weakly. Lu Yin frowned. Yu Hua's innate gift was definitely the type that dealt equal damage. If Yu Hua had been injured, then the crazy headmaster who had been possessed by Yu Hua would have also been injured. If Lu Yin had used a bit more strength, he might have been able to kill the crazy headmaster. However, that might not be the case. If he could kill the crazy headmaster, then he could kill Yu Hua as well. Yu Hua could not possibly withstand that kind of power. I don't know how the Eternals found these true God Guard captains. Their appearances are strange and their innate gifts are even stranger. The crazy headmaster sighed. Chenlu was apprehensive. Lord Luo said that the Sixth Direction Association and the Endless Battlefield have close to 70 parallel universes on the surface. In addition to the number of parallel universes each person controls, there might be close to 100. However, the number of parallel universes controlled by the Eternals definitely exceeds the Sixth Direction Association. Lu Yin looked at Chenlu. Did Luo Shan say that? Chenlu nodded. What else did he say? Lu Yin realized that Luo Shan knew quite a lot. He had become the space-time master of the three sovereigns and was highly regarded by the Grand Empyrean. However, this person had been willing to hide his cultivation and work with the Shaoyin divinity. What exactly was he thinking? Given Luo Shan's temperament, he had acted against the primordial space when the above heaven had been attacked by the Eternals and opened up a space-time passage to the three sovereigns. This person was definitely not someone who cared about the big picture. Rather, he was someone who would definitely seek revenge. Such a person would easily betray the humans and join the Eternals, but he had not done so even now. He still hoped to return to his position as the space-time master of the Sixth Direction Association. Before he had been scared away by the shaman spirit god, he had also told Lu Yin not to betray the humans. What did he want? Chenlu thought about it. Lord Luo Shan said many things. What does the Path Master want to know? You guys stay behind and guard the hyperspace to prevent the Eternals from attacking again. I'm going to meet up with the second combat squadron. Lu Yin did not have time to chat with Chenlu. The crusade was not a joke. Although they currently held the advantage, their true goal had not been achieved. The true goal of the crusade was not only to sweep through the endless battlefield and raise the morale of the humans, but also to find the 7 sky gods and deal with them. The 7 sky gods were truly difficult to deal with. The third combat squadron joined up with the first combat squadron, which increased the number of progenitors in the first combat squadron to 9. Lu Yin naturally could not return to the first combat squadron. He wanted to join the second combat squadron and increase the number of progenitors in the second combat squadron to 6. The next day, Lu Yin successfully joined up with the second combat squadron. The commander of the second combat squadron was Woodcut, but he was a man of few words. When Lu Yin arrived, he naturally took over the second combat squadron. Now the 4 major combat squadrons had been reduced to 2 major combat squadrons. Although their numbers had decreased, the strength of each combat squadron had increased. Over the next few months, the 2 major combat squadrons fought in the endless battlefield and lit up 5 more parallel space-time continuums. If the green light was just for the parallel space-time continuums, then it would be very fast. After all, there were too many powerhouses. However, their true goal was to find the 7 sky gods. Every parallel space-time continuum could hide the 7 sky gods, which was the most time-consuming task. On this day, the second combat squadron arrived at the 3 monarch space-time continuum. The endless battlefield's parallel space-time continuum was connected, and it had nothing to do with distance. They were all parallel space-time continuums and there was no distance at all. The 3 monarch space-time continuum joined the endless battlefield and was arranged to be in the middle, connecting to the star illuminator space-time continuum. When the second combat squadron arrived at the 3 monarch space-time continuum, Lu Yin immediately ordered them to be released. He was not only looking for the 7 sky gods, but also old monster Mo Luo Shan and the others. Luo Shan was most likely hiding in the 3 monarch space-time. He knew the 3 monarch space-time too well. Now that the war with the everlasting race was slowing down, he might be hiding in the 3 monarch space-time. In the 3 monarch space-time, the former Moh courtyard had long been destroyed by the everlasting race. Now there were many corpse kings entrenched there. Old Green Skin and Zhou Xian came to Moh courtyard together and attacked the corpse kings. Ever since the people of the 3 monarch space-time moved to the origin space, Old Green Skin and the other Moh courtyard half-progenitors joined the above heaven sect. The 2 of them followed the second combat squadron into the endless battlefield and then came to the 3 monarch space-time. Both of them had complicated expressions. Many corpse kings were dealt with by the 2 of them, and 3 half-progenitor corpse kings appeared around them. Old Green Skin sighed. I never thought that Moh courtyard would become like this. I wonder what Lord Luo feels when he sees this scene. Zhou Xian's expression was relaxed. Being surrounded by 3 corpse kings of the same level in the endless battlefield was a rather desperate thing. He did not have the ability to challenge those of a higher level. However, it did not matter now. The second combat squadron was beside him and support could be provided at any time. Don't worry about it. Moh Courtyard has become history. We are now all people of the Above Heaven sect. The battle began. Not long after, Wang Jian attacked and killed the 3 half-progenitor corpse kings. Zhou Xian threw down the rules and activated it. His expression changed. There's a reaction. Wang Jian raised his eyebrows and immediately contacted Lu Yin in the distance. Lu Yin looked at Moh Courtyard. Who was it? Moh Courtyard had the Emperor's library. Other than the original people of Moh Courtyard and the 3 monarchs, very few outsiders knew about it. At this moment in the Emperor's library, Luo Shan opened his eyes. What's going on? An uneasy feeling enveloped him as if he was being watched by someone. Suddenly his expression changed. Above his head the Emperor's library was split into 2. Wang Jian attacked. When the Emperor's library was shattered, the 3-colored monarch chi surged out violently and collided with Wang Jian. Wang Jian's expression changed greatly. This 3-colored monarch chi was hard for him to resist. He was definitely an expert. He quickly retreated. With a swoosh, the blade slashed across and cut off the 3-colored monarch chi. It even split the starry sky apart. It brushed past Wang Jian and almost hit him. Mu Qing held the long blade in his hand and faced the Emperor's library with his eyes covered by a black cloth. Luo Shan. Luo Shan walked out of the Emperor's library and looked at the second combat squadron in bewilderment. He saw Mu Qing and Lu Yin. Why are you guys here? In the battle through time and space, Lu Tianyi attacked Wu Lingshan. He took the opportunity to escape. Because he was injured, he hid in the Emperor's library to recover. He did not know anything about the outside world. So when he saw so many progenitor realm experts in the second combat squadron, he was stunned. Lu Yin stood on the prison dragon's back and looked at Luo Shan from afar. We meet again, Luo Shan. Around the Emperor's library, Mu Xia, Wang Jian and Xia Zhen had all arrived. Below, Old Green Skin and Zhou Xian stared blankly into the distance. Why was Lord Luo here? Chapter 2906. Luo Shan's tricolored monarch aura surged out and his face darkened. Lu Yin, you brought so many people to the 3 monarchs spacetime to kill me? Don't forget, although I'm no longer the master of a parallel spacetime, I'm still a member of the eternal race in the endless battlefield. If you try to kill me, especially in the endless battlefield, you'll be attacked by the entire 6 monarchs. Lu Yin laughed. Yes, it's a crusade, but it's not me, it's... He paused for a moment. Luo Shan's pupils shrank as he recalled his understanding of Lu Yin and what he had done in the primordial space. His face paled. What did you do? Lu Yin was stunned. What did he do? Luo Shan was furious. Lu Yin, you must have framed me to get the 6 monarchs' approval to come here and kill me, right? Wang Jian and the others had strange expressions and couldn't help but look at Lu Yin. Was that so? It seemed to fit this person's style. He had unified the 5th mainland and schemed with the 4 cardinal scales. It wasn't impossible for him to do something like this. Could it be that the crusade in the endless battlefield was fake and killing Luo Shan was real? The more they understood Lu Yin, the more they agreed with Luo Shan's words. Lu Yin was speechless. You're thinking too much. My Above Heaven sect officially launched a crusade in the endless battlefield several months ago to avenge Master Wei. It was just a coincidence that I found you. Luo Shan was shocked. Master Wei is dead? Lu Yin sneered and looked in another direction. How long are you going to watch? Get out here. As he spoke, he raised his hand and clenched his fingers together, grabbing in a direction with the momentum of tearing the sky. The entire void trembled as a terrifying force swept across, shattering the starry sky. Everyone looked over and saw a figure walking out, avoiding Lu Yin's force and leaving in a direction. Mu Feng turned around, raised his blade and slashed. This slash cut through the 3 monarchs' spacetime and slashed towards the figure. It carried an indescribable sharpness that made everyone's scalp tingle. The figure was shocked and similarly slashed out a slash, colliding with Mu Feng's slash. The entire starry sky was cut into 4 pieces. Although Mu Feng's slash was cut in half, the remaining force did not diminish and continued towards the figure. Because the slash was stopped for a moment, the figure dodged it and the remaining force slash passed in front of him, leaving a black crack. Mufeng, it's me. Mufeng frowned. Duh? Luo Xian's eyes widened. Daheng. Lu Yin wasn't surprised, as Wu Hen had reported that Mr. Daheng had followed Luo Shan to the endless battlefield. This was one of the reasons why Lu Yin wanted to find Luo Shan. At this moment, Lu Yin didn't need to care about Mr. Daheng. He wanted to obtain the landscape painting stone, and Lu Yin also wanted to take it back from Luo Shan. He wanted to see what Mr. Daheng wanted the landscape painting stone for. In the distance, Mr. Daheng stared at the wooden carving with fear. Everyone said that he was second only to the wood god, and he also thought so. However, during the battle at the tea party, the strength that Woodcut had displayed had caught everyone's attention. Even he knew that he could not reach Woodcut's level. Furthermore, that slash just now had further confirmed Woodcut's strength. This person was only second to the wood god. Mr. Daheng, why are you in the Three Monarchs spacetime? Lu Yin's attitude was casual. So what if Daheng was a sequence law powerhouse? He did not need to care too much. Luo Shan stared at Mr. Daheng. This was also a question that he wanted to know. Why did this guy come? Mr. Daheng glanced at the second battle group with fear in his heart, but he pretended to be relaxed on the surface. I just happened to pass by. I am actually going to the star-reflecting universe. It is rumored that a kind of star-reflecting grass grows there, and it is very beautiful. Master Lu has been to the Repose Palace and knows about my situation there. Planting some star-reflecting grass is more pleasing to the eye. Lu Yin's lips curled up. But you have stayed in this spacetime for a long time. Mr. Daheng's eyes twitched and he subconsciously looked at Luo Shan. Luo Shan stared at him with cold and vigilant eyes. He had been here all this time? He had tracked him. Master Lu, you must be joking. I have just arrived, Mr. Daheng explained. Lu Yin didn't care. It doesn't matter whether you have just arrived or not. Since you are here, don't leave. You will officially join the second battle group to participate in the crusade. Mr. Daheng quickly refused. We respect Master Lu's crusade against the Eternals, but the crusade is your above-heaven sex business. I still have something to do, so I will leave first. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. If you dare to leave, you will be punished as a traitor of humanity. Mr. Daheng's face changed and sank. Master Lu, whether or not to participate in the crusade is purely a personal choice. I belong to the wood spacetime. Even if you force me to participate, I will need the consent of the wood god. It is not up to you to decide. Woodcut, you should know this as well. Other than Woodcut, he was confident that no one could stop him. If he wanted to leave, he could leave. As for Lu Yin, if he didn't have the protection of a sequence law powerhouse, what was he? Lu Yin found it funny. I say, you have been in the Three Monarchs spacetime for a long time and you are still quibbling. Limitless has already sent out a notice to the entire Six Directions Society. Any cultivator who does not belong to the Endless Battlefield but appears in the Endless Battlefield is qualified to join the crusade. If they refuse, they will be punished as a traitor of humanity. This notice has been sent out for a long time. Mr. Daheng's face turned ugly. Was there such a thing? Luo Shan clenched his fist and stared at Mr. Daheng. How long has this guy been watching me? What does he want to do? Woodcut held the hilt of his sword tightly. Daheng joined the crusade. Those who disobey will be punished as a traitor of humanity. Mr. Daheng glared at Lu Yin angrily. This person was targeting him. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Daheng with a smile. Carefree? Eternal in a single thought? What a joke. Being carefree without taking responsibility? That was selfish. Being carefree was eternal in a single thought? That was lawlessness. Everyone hoped to be carefree, to be able to get whatever they wanted and to have whatever they liked. But how was that possible? In order to obtain the landscape painting stone, this person had forced Qin to snatch it. In order to increase the number of progenitors, he had restrained Qin and traceless cultivation. This was not being carefree but controlling. True carefree was to establish a peaceful life for humanity and create peace for all ages. Sitting alone in the nine heavens was not carefree but lonely. Master Lu, the past grudges were all caused by me. Daheng apologizes to Master Lu once again. Now I really have something important to deal with. Please let me go. Once I am done, I will definitely join the crusade in the endless battlefield and fight for humanity against the Eternals. It is my duty to do so. Mr. Daheng suppressed his anger and bowed slowly. Lu Yin sighed. Do you mean that I asked you to join the crusade because of past grudges? Mr. Daheng's heart skipped a beat. Of course not. I just happened to see Master Lu, so I took this opportunity to apologize to Master Lu. It has nothing to do with joining the crusade. Then join. I don't want to talk nonsense. Lu Yin was merciless. Mr. Daheng's face turned green and white. He had said all kinds of nice things, but this kid did not give him any face. Lu Yin looked at Luo Shan. Do you want to join? To avenge the three monarchs' spacetime? Luo Shan said in a low voice, the three monarchs' spacetime is one of the endless battlefields. I am a member of the endless battlefield, so I can refuse to join. Lu Yin nodded. Up to you. How long will it take to search all of them? Xiaxia replied, 15 days. Lu Yin said, rest here and light the green light for the three monarchs' spacetime. Wang Jian, Xiaxia, and Caged Wurm went in three directions while the cultivators of the Second Legion fought in the starry sky. Mr. Daheng wanted to leave, but he did not dare to. He knew that Lu Yin was a man of his word. Once there was a weakness, this kid might really bring many progenitors to kill him. Mu Xin could help him once, but he could not help him a second time. He had no choice but to join the Second Legion for the time being. With Mr. Daheng joining, the Second Legion's strength increased again. No matter what his temperament was, he could only help the Second Legion deal with the everlasting race in this endless battlefields. The Second Legion had an additional sequence law powerhouse, and its strength had increased greatly. It was a pity that it would be better if Luo Shan could join. In the ruins of Moh Courtyard, Mr. Daheng met Lu Yin alone and still hoped that Lu Yin would let him go. Lu Yin naturally did not agree and called Luo Shan over. Luo Shan wanted to leave, but he refused to join the battle because he belonged to the Three Monarchs spacetime. As long as the battle was still in the Three Monarchs spacetime, he could not leave. Moreover, he also wanted to see Mr. Daheng and find out why Mr. Daheng was watching him. The three of them met in the ruins of Moh Courtyard. Mr. Daheng did not want to face Luo Shan and only wanted to ask Lu Yin to let him leave alone. Luo Shan wanted to see Mr. Daheng alone and did not want to face Lu Yin. Lu Yin wanted to see both of them. The three of them faced each other in the ruins of Moh Courtyard. Since you are already here, just say what you want to say, Lu Yin said. Mr. Daheng's eyes flashed. Master Lu. Before he could finish, Lu Yin interrupted him. If you still want to leave, don't mention it. Otherwise, I will be in a bad mood and directly accuse you of betraying humanity. Mr. Daheng gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. He did not want to argue with Lu Yin. This person was too overbearing. Luo Shan looked at Lu Yin and then looked at Mr. Daheng. He did not speak. Lu Yin looked at Luo Shan. You don't have anything to say? Luo Shan said in a deep voice. What does Master Lu want me to say? Lu Yin laughed. After the battle with the witch spirit god, you ran away and left me there. Shouldn't you explain? Luo Shan stared at Lu Yin. Then Master Lu, please explain why Mu Jun was with you. Lu Yin's lips curved up. Because at that time we were enemies. Luo Shan's eyes turned cold. He had the same thought as Mr. Daheng. If the second battle group was not here, he would have killed Lu Yin. They were enemies. Mu Jun died in the hands of the witch spirit god, but was it not because of Lu Yin? If Lu Yin had not schemed against Dimensional and exposed his identity as the witch spirit god, he would not have had to fight to the death with the witch spirit god, resulting in Mu Jun's death. Luo Shan had never thought that Mu Jun's death was related to himself. He was the one who coveted the hyperspace continuum and wanted to become the hyperspace continuum's master. Did Master Lu not tell the Sixth Direction Association about Dimensional's matter? Luo Shan asked. Lu Yin shook his head. He is the hyperspace continuum's master after all. If I told them, the Sixth Direction Association would lose face. This battle was to avenge Dimensional's death. Regardless of the process, the result is the most important. Only those who participated in the battle knew that Dimensional was controlled by the witch spirit god. He willingly helped the witch spirit god research the sequence particles and deceived the Sixth Direction Association. Chapter 2907. Vader is dead, then what about Chrono Overlord? Luo Shan looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin and Luo Shan looked at each other and laughed. Don't tell me you still want to be Chrono Overlord. Luo Shan narrowed his eyes and wanted to say something but didn't. Lu Yin glanced at Mr. Daheng. If you have this thought, why don't you solve your own problems first? For example, Why is Mr. Daheng staring at you in the Three Sovereigns universe? This is not a good thing. Luo Shan looked at Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng's eyes flashed. I'm just passing by. Since Master Lu doesn't believe me, then forget it. Lu Yin looked at Luo Shan. Luo Shan said slowly, I have only met Mr. Daheng a few times and we respect each other. I believe that Mr. Daheng is not here to stare at me. I have nothing worthy of being stared at by Mr. Daheng. Is that so? In that case, let's disperse. Lu Yin walked away. With him here, the two of them wouldn't say anything. Many things were hidden too deeply, and if they weren't stirred up, God knows when they would be exposed. If it weren't for the return of the Lu family and the sudden increase in strength of the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin wouldn't have stirred up this muddy water. But now he wanted to see what was hidden under this muddy water. Lu Yin left and Mr. Daheng turned around to leave. Luo Shan's voice sounded in his ear. Why are you staring at me? Make it clear that you and I have nothing to do with each other and everything in the past will disappear. Mr. Daheng's tone was cold. I said I'm not staring at you. After saying that, he was about to leave. Luo Shan suddenly attacked and pressed his palm on Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng dodged and stared at Luo Shan angrily. Do you want to die? Lu Yin has been staring at us. Luo Shan's face was gloomy. It's better than being schemed against by you. Tell me, why are you staring at me? Mr. Daheng took a deep breath and hesitated. Luo Shan shouted, Don't think about leaving if you don't tell me. I'm already like this, and if nothing unexpected happens, I can't leave the endless battlefield in this life. At most, I will tell you what happened in the past and see if you can continue to stay in the wood space-time. You can either defect to the eternal or stay in the endless battlefield like me. You can only choose one. Mr. Daheng's eyes were red. Don't force me. You were the one who suggested it. That matter has already passed, yet you're still staring at me. You're the one who's forcing me. Luo Shan let out a low roar. Even when the time and space of the Three Sovereigns had become a boundless battlefield, even when Mu Jun had died, he had never been like this. Mr. Daheng let out a long sigh. All right, you wish for this matter to come to an end. I also wish that you and I have never known each other and that everything in the past will disappear. If that's the case, give me the stone that Qinlu gave you. He knew that it was no longer possible to scheme against Luo Shan. That bastard Lu Yin had already made things clear and there was no turning back. Luo Shan was stunned. What stone? Mr. Daheng sneered. Still pretending? Were you the one who asked Qinlu to join my Hall of Freedom? Luo Shan's eyes widened. Qinlu joined the Repose Palace? Ever since Qinlu gave the stone to Luo Shan, Mr. Daheng had two guesses. One was that someone helped Qinlu remove the seal and let Qinlu break the ancestral law. The other was that Qinlu was forced by Luo Shan and Luo Shan was the mastermind. Ever since the Three Sovereigns had merged into the sect Above Heaven, Mr. Daheng had guessed that the sect Above Heaven was the one who had helped Qinlu. This was highly likely, but the second possibility was not impossible, especially since the stone had been given to Luo Shan. This was what Mr. Daheng was most concerned about. If Luo Shan did not know the use of the stone, then it was the first possibility. If Luo Shan knew, then it was definitely the second possibility, especially if the sect Above Heaven had helped Qinlu. Why would they allow Qinlu to give the stone to Luo Shan? With Luo Shan's temperament, this was impossible. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the second possibility was right. Luo Shan was the mastermind behind Qinlu. Qinlu joining the sect Above Heaven might have been Luo Shan's idea as well. Because the sect Above Heaven's plot against the Three Sovereigns could not be reversed, Luo Shan had allowed Qinlu to join the sect Above Heaven to find time to deal with Lu Yin. This possibility made Mr. Daheng more and more certain. Luo Shan, you and I have known each other for too long. I know you very well. It's not that you couldn't have let Qinlu join the Repose Palace to scheme against me. Could even be said that you were the mastermind behind it. How could you not know the use of that stone? What a joke. Give me the stone and we will have nothing to do with each other from now on. Otherwise, you will regret it, Mr. Daheng threatened. Luo Shan suddenly looked at his cosmic ring. He recalled that after Qinlu had broken through to the extreme realm, he had mysteriously given Luo Shan a stone. He had said that he had obtained it from the endless battlefield and that the corpse kings of the Eternals had fought over it. It should be something useful, but Qinlu did not know how to use it, so he had given it to Luo Shan. At that time, Luo Shan had still been on guard against the Forgotten Ruins god at the border, so he had not paid much attention to this matter and had simply accepted it. Was it that stone? Luo Xian's eyes flickered. He had been tricked. He had been tricked from the very beginning. Qin Lu had already joined the sect above heaven at that time, and it was Lu Yin who had disguised himself as Xianxia, who had asked Qin Lu to give the stone to Luo Xian in order to divert the Repose Palace's attention. Bastard, how shrewd was this Lu Yin? Qin Lu did give me a stone with a painting on it, Luo Xian said. Mr. Daheng's eyes burned as he stared at Luo Xian. Luo Xian narrowed his eyes. Why should I give it to you? You hid in the Three Monarchs spacetime in order to obtain this stone. The best way to do so was to attack me when I was injured during the battle at hyperspace. It has been several months since the battle at hyperspace and you have not made a move. The only possibility is that you were waiting for an opportunity to kill me. Mr. Daheng's tone was low. I did not intend to kill you. I only wanted the stone. Luo Xian sneered. I did not know the use of the stone and I did not know that Qin Lu had joined the Hall of Freedom. However, it is not too late to find out now. What makes you think that you can snatch the stone from me? Don't forget that I have always been above you and you have never surpassed me. Mr. Daheng's gaze was sinister. Luo Xian, I understand you and you understand me. I swear on the freedom that I have pursued my entire life. If you do not give it to me, there will be great trouble and you will definitely regret it. Luo Xian's eyelids twitched. Based on his understanding of Mr. Daheng, this oath was very vicious. Mr. Daheng might not care about his cultivation, but he definitely cared about his so-called freedom. This was what he had pursued since he was young. Luo Xian will not be scared. Luo Xian turned and left. Mr. Daheng's gaze was extremely gloomy as he watched Luo Xian disappear. From afar, Lu Yin saw this scene. The relationship between these two was not simple, and they must have known each other for a long time. Luo Xian did not give the stone to Mr. Daheng. Either Mr. Daheng did not mention it or Luo Xian did not want to give it to him. Either way, because of that stone, the two of them would still be entangled. After parting ways with Mr. Daheng, Luo Xian came looking for Lu Yin. No matter the result of the battle, you have indeed let little Mu go. At that time I have already said that the grudge between us is written off. Luo Xian went straight to the point. Lu Yin was disdainful. Just now you wanted to blame Mu Jun's death on me. Have you thought it through? Both of them knew that if possible, they would not hesitate to ensure that the other party was not a threat. Lu Yin's method was either to ascend to godhood or to appoint a general, while Luo Xian's method was to kill Lu Yin directly. This was a tacit understanding. Hence there was nothing to say about Luo Xian escaping during the battle with the witch spirit god. If there was anything to say, it would have to wait until Lu Yin wanted to make a move on Luo Xian. But now neither of them could make a move on the other. Lu Yin could not instigate the internal conflict of the Six Paths Society, and Luo Xian did not have the ability to make a move on Lu Yin. Luo Xian glanced at the ruins of Mo Courtyard. You were the one who brought Qin Lu out of the hall, right? Lu Yin did not admit it, but neither did he deny it. He wanted to see what Luo Xian had to say. Mr. Daheng is a very shrewd person who will do anything to achieve his goals. He has already confirmed that I have nothing to do with Qin Lu, so he will target you next. You were the one who asked Qin Lu to give this to me. Now I will return it to its rightful owner. Luo Xian took out the landscape painting stone from her cosmic ring, opened her palm and handed it to Lu Yin. When Mr. Daheng saw the ruins of Mo Courtyard, his expression turned ugly. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Daheng and then at Luo Xian. Luo Xian was disdainful. What, you don't dare to accept it? Lu Yin was curious. Why don't you just give it to Mr. Daheng? Luo Xian said, I want to see if the dignified primordial space's Master Lu dares to accept this stone. Lu Yin smiled. There is only one stone. You used it to sow discord between me and the Repose Palace, not to express goodwill to me or the Repose Palace. Luo Xian, no wonder your three sovereigns' spacetime has fallen to such a state. No wonder even the Shaoyin divinity did not care about you back then. After he finished speaking, he took the stone under Luo Xian's gloomy gaze. He had wanted to take the stone from Luo Xian anyway, and now was the perfect time. As for Mr. Daheng, if he had the ability, he could come and snatch it. Sweeping through the endless battlefield was to lure all these thieves out. Lu Yin wanted the Six Paths Society to be transparent, to be able to see through everything and not to hide their heads and tails. Luo Xian retracted her hand. Master Lu, let me remind you. Mr. Daheng never does things that he is not confident in. He is not my opponent, but he hid in the Three Sovereigns spacetime to try and snatch the stone. This is very suspicious. There is definitely someone behind him. Don't underestimate him. At this time Mr. Daheng walked over. Luo Shan glanced at him and disappeared. Lu Yin held the stone. He already had 3 of them. One was from the Han family, one was from the Void, and one was originally given to Luo Shan by Qin Lu. Now Luo Shan had given it to him. This Luo Shan deliberately let Mr. Daheng see the stone and gave it to him to sow discord between the Repose Palace and himself. It was not a big scheme and could be considered sinister, but he definitely had his own goals, and his goals were very clear. This person was so greedy that he wanted to seize the hyperspace. Seeing that his plan had failed, he quickly put aside his hatred for Mu Jun and the Three Sovereigns spacetime and stayed in the endless battlefield with peace of mind. This person was very real, just like an ordinary person in the marketplace. He had the ability to stab you, but if he did not, he would hide first. In comparison, Mr. Daheng hid much deeper. Playing with the stone, Lu Yin watched with interest as Mr. Daheng came over with a smile on his face. Mr. Daheng stared at the stone and rushed over. His tone was very polite. Master Lu. Lu Yin held the stone and looked at it carefully. Don't talk to me about leaving again. If I hear it again, I will ask my senior to take action. Chapter 2908. Mr. Daheng forced a smile. I'm fortunate enough to participate in the endless battlefield with Master Lu. This is an opportunity that outsiders can only dream of. Naturally, I won't leave. Lu Yin nodded. That's good. Just wait for a few days. We'll go to the next parallel universe soon. He looked at Mr. Daheng. The next few parallel universes are called inorganic spacetime. You should know about it. Mr. Daheng's expression was solemn. Inorganic spacetime is very strange. The entire parallel universe is divided into several parts separated by the void. Only 2 parts of the same space can fight. Once the space is separated by the void, no one can attack. The inorganic spacetime battlefield requires a chess player. I was lucky enough to play it a few times. Mr. Daheng's attitude changed drastically as he explained the inorganic spacetime in detail to Lu Yin. Lu Yin found that grasping the laws was very interesting. Once a powerhouse grasped a parallel universe, they could change the laws of that parallel universe as they wished. Gourd spacetime, inorganic spacetime, dark spacetime, and big stone spacetime were all like this. There were many powerhouses who grasped the laws of sequence, but most of them had died in different eras. Lu Yin did not know what kind of laws he could grasp and what the inception space would become. During the above heaven era, the 6 continents were extremely glorious. Perhaps this was related to the primogenitor's laws. After talking for a while, Lu Yin finally understood the inorganic spacetime. Mr. Daheng's gaze landed on the stone. Lu Yin did not put it back into his cosmic ring. Instead, he played with it in his hand. Master Lu, what is this stone? Lu Yin looked up at Mr. Daheng. Luo Shan said you want it? Mr. Daheng sighed and bowed deeply. Please grant my wish, Master Lu. Lu Yin smiled. Why? Mr. Daheng looked at Lu Yin. This stone is a road sign. The landscape painting on it is a map that points to the Mirage Domain. Master Lu should have heard of it before. The secret to eternal life is hidden there. There are already a few stones in Freedom Hall. When the road signs are all gathered, I will definitely invite Master Lu to come with me. Please grant my wish. Lu Yin looked at the stone closer. Then how many of these stone fragments are there? Mr. Daheng shook his head. I don't know. Maybe a dozen or so. Since Luo Shan knew you wanted it, why didn't he just give it to you? This I don't know. Maybe he misunderstood me, Mr. Daheng said. Lu Yin smiled. It seemed like they had a tacit understanding, but this so-called tacit understanding was usually between 2 people of equal strength. Was Lu Yin and Mr. Daheng of equal strength? However, Lu Yin didn't see it that way. He wanted complete control. You really don't hate me for what happened back then? Master Lu, you must be joking. There is no enmity between us. Back then I was the one who acted recklessly. It has nothing to do with Master Lu, so there is no need to talk about hatred. I will engrave Master Lu's lesson in my heart and will not do it again. What if I say that I don't intend to give this stone to you? Lu Yin asked casually. Mr. Daheng's heart sank as he forced a smile. That is Master Lu's freedom. Lu Yin put the stone away. You can rest now. Mr. Daheng's eyes flashed as he nodded. I'll take my leave. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Daheng's back. The stone was with him and he had made it clear that he would not give it to Mr. Daheng. Now it was up to Mr. Daheng to decide what to do next. There was also Zhou Xian. Although he had given the stone to him, it did not mean that he had completely given up on this matter. He was very clear that it was impossible for him to give the stone to Mr. Daheng. In the end, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Such as, if he were him, what he wanted to do the most now was to understand the meaning of the stone. Apart from himself and Mr. Daheng, who else might know? Lu Yin looked up at the starry sky with a deep gaze. Half a month later, the three monarchs spacetime finished searching, and the second battle group headed to the next parallel spacetime. The next parallel spacetime was the star-illuminating spacetime, and the next one was the inorganic spacetime. The star-illuminating spacetime was the hometown of the Star Lord, and most of the people inside had been moved out. They were previously protected by the three monarchs spacetime, and now they are protected by the celestial sect. There were many beautiful star-illuminating grass in the star-illuminating spacetime, and it was indeed very beautiful. No wonder Mr. Daheng used collecting star-illuminating grass as an excuse. It was very simple for the star-illuminating spacetime to light up the green light, but they still had to search for the seven gods according to the rules. Just after the second battle group left the three monarchs spacetime, Luo Shan looked at the empty starry sky, tore through the void and left. In the ultra spacetime, Qin Lu sat on the carrier of the art of gift, looking at the border from time to time with lingering fear. Here he was afraid of being invaded by the eternal race at any time. If he didn't stay here and go to the endless battlefield, he was also afraid of encountering a war. Since joining the above heaven, he found that he hadn't rested much. Lu Yin took him with him wherever he went, just like a hired thug, which made Qin Lu very aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at the Six Directions Society, he couldn't leave the above heaven. Where is the second battle group now? Qin Lu asked. Someone reported, in the star-illuminating spacetime, they will go to the next inorganic spacetime in a day or two at most. Qin Lu was afraid. Inorganic spacetime? That's not a good place. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Once you encounter a very powerful corpse king of the eternal race, you won't be able to escape. Fortunately, I'm here. A few days later, the second battle group headed towards the inorganic spacetime. There was originally an Ancestor Realm powerhouse in the inorganic spacetime, known as Old Ancestor Wuji, but this Old Ancestor Wuji was not a sequence law powerhouse. He was just an Ancestor Realm powerhouse born in the inorganic spacetime. He once competed with Yi Cc for a position in the Six Directions Society, but he failed. When the second battle group entered the inorganic spacetime, all the cultivators were separated by the void. Lu Yin looked around at the dark void. He couldn't see the person on the other side of the void, as if he had been locked in a box. The only thing he could see was the incomparably huge old man above his head. This old man was Old Ancestor Wuji. Old Ancestor Wuji looked at Lu Yin and slowly bowed. Master Lu, it's been a long time. Lu Yin looked at Old Ancestor Wuji. The second battle group's fate is in your hands. The inorganic spacetime had its own laws. If the Eternals placed too many powerhouses here, even the seven sky gods, then Lu Yin would be unlucky to encounter them. No one could help him, and it all depended on the chess player. Old Ancestor Wuji solemnly replied, "Understood." The game began. On the other side, the eternal chess player was also an old man. He was not a corpse king but a former trader of the inorganic spacetime. He was also an Ancestor Realm powerhouse. As the second battle group joined, the game began. Lu Yin opened the void in front of him, and an envoy-level corpse king was casually killed by Lu Yin. Throughout the inorganic spacetime there were battles everywhere, but they were all one-on-one. Some people were unlucky enough to encounter powerful corpse kings. If this was a normal universe, then others would be able to help, but here they could only face them alone. If they could not win, then they would die. The second battle group's advantage in other parallel universes was greatly weakened here. Just as the second battle group entered the inorganic spacetime, the next moment, an uninvited guest appeared in the hyperspace. A person whose face could not be seen clearly appeared in front of Qin Lu. Under Qin Li's aghast gaze, the person raised his hand and grabbed. Qin Li's scalp went numb. He had no idea how this person had appeared. Seeing that this person's hand was about to land on him, Qin Lu used the sequence particle, lazy. The sequence particle touched the newcomer and the person's movements paused, not wanting to move anymore. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qinlu hurriedly fled. Enemy attack. The newcomer's eyes were cold and he took a step forward to catch up to Qinlu. Qinlu turned around and fired an arrow, not daring to get close to the newcomer. However, the arrow was caught by the newcomer and casually swept in a direction. A black energy appeared. It was Zhou Xian. Even further away, Leng Qing unsheathed her blade and slashed at the newcomer. The newcomer was fearless and took another step forward, descending in front of Qinlu. He pressed one hand on Qinli's shoulder and was about to take him away. At the critical moment, a blood-colored lotus bloomed on Qinli's back. It was demonic and beautiful, but it carried a fatal danger, causing the newcomer to retreat step by step. He could not care less about Qinlu and turned to leave. "I'm already here and you still want to leave?" Big Sister raised her hand and hell flowers bloomed, covering the entire starry sky and blocking all directions of the newcomer. Even the void could not be opened. The newcomer stared at Big Sister and his body suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a dark void. Big Sister's expression changed. "Void world? An expert." Qinlu was still in shock and was almost taken away. Zhou Xian and Leng Qing arrived. "What's going on?" Big Sister looked at Qinlu. "As expected, someone wants to attack you." Qinlu was confused. He knew Big Sister, so who in the origin space did not? This was the Netherworld ancestor from a long time ago, the sister of the current Master Lu. She was a ruthless person. "Senior, how did you know that someone wants to attack me?" Big Sister was not interested in answering him. She looked at Leng Qing. "Be careful, that guy might appear again. Once he appears, don't hold back, just use the rules to delay him." Leng Qing nodded. Big Sister left and Qinli's question was not answered at all. Big Sister's appearance was naturally arranged by Lu Yin. With Luo Shan's character, even if he had to give up on stone, he would not give up on this matter. The only person he could understand stone was Qinlu. Qinlu was in the hyperspace and did not follow the battle group. When the second battle group entered the incorporeal spacetime and could not leave, that would be the time for Luo Shan to attack. However, he did not consider that there was still the first battle group. Qinlu could not be taken away by Luo Shan. This person was now bait, and Lu Yin had to figure out why Mr. Dahing wanted to find Qinlu. In the Three Sovereigns spacetime, Luo Shan returned with an ugly expression and was panting heavily. He had been tricked. If not for that woman, he would have been in trouble. It should have been easy to capture Qinlu, but he did not expect this guy to use the rules. It must be the sequence rules of the hyperspace research. No wonder the witch spirit god hid his identity in the hyperspace for so many years. Even a little bit of these rules could sometimes change the outcome of a battle. Luo Shan clenched his fists. If he had known this would happen, he would have thought of a way to obtain the sequence rules equipment. Forget it, he could not get it even if he wanted to. This was a fight between the Eternals and the Above Heaven sect and he could not join in. Although the identity of this attack had not been confirmed, since that woman had hidden there in advance, Lu Yin must have guessed it. It would not be so easy to attack Qinlu in the future. Helpless, Luo Shan decided to put this matter aside and not clash with the Above Heaven sect for the time being. He would let Mr. Dahing cause trouble for the Above Heaven sect. Chapter 2909. In the incorporeal spacetime, although the second battle group had lost some people due to the rules, those people could only be considered unlucky. Most of the cultivators still had the advantage. Since the Eternals had a progenitor realm corpse king, the Eternals avoided all the progenitor realm experts of the second battle group and chose a half-step progenitor as their opponent. 2 half-martial ancestors from the second battle regiment had already died. Although Wuji ancestor wanted to move the ancestor realm corpse king to the side of the second battle regiment's ancestor realm powerhouse, it was very difficult to do so. Old ancestor Wuji wanted to control the entire battle. As for the Eternal Race's game master, he didn't care about the loss of the corpse kings. He didn't even care if 5 half-ancestor corpse kings died. All he needed to do was keep an eye on the ancestor realm corpse king. He didn't need to care about how many corpse kings died. In this way he could naturally protect the ancestor realm corpse king. On the third move, the eternal progenitor realm corpse monarch faced another half-step ancestor, but this time it was a life maiden. Fate Girl, Lu Bujing, Traceless, and the others had all participated in the crusade. Fate Girl had always been with the second battle group. Facing Lady Fate, the ancestor realm corpse king brazenly attacked. He had originally thought that he would be able to kill this half-martial ancestor like the previous 2 times. However, Lady Fate was clearly not an ordinary half-martial ancestor. She was one of the 12 Heavenly Gates sect masters of the above Heavenly Gates era. She was an existence that could challenge Ancestor Realm experts. The Ancestor Realm experts that the 12 Heavenly Gates sect masters challenged were not corpse kings with Ancestor Realm bodies like the true God Guards, but true Ancestor Realm experts. When facing this corpse king that only had the physical strength of a martial ancestor, Fate Maiden wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she was happy that she could make a contribution. Wuxia Ancestor and the Eternal Race Old Man were both staring at the battle between the Ancestor Realm Corpse King and Fate Daughter. Even though there were many masters in the Second Legion, this was still the most anticipated battle. Fate was a thread, one end lived, the other died. In the face of the Ancestor Realm Corpse King's powerful physical strength, Fate Maiden was like duckweed, rising and falling with its strength. It looked like it could be killed at any time, but it could always avoid the danger, wrapping the Ancestor Realm Corpse King's arms, thighs and even neck. Wuxia Ancestor's eyes widened as he watched in amazement. This woman was clearly only a half-martial ancestor, yet the Ancestor Realm Corpse King was helpless against her, unable to hit her. This wasn't speed but rather as if she had predicted it in advance. No, it wasn't prediction but control. They were clearly in a space where the Ancestor Realm Corpse King could attack at will, but this woman had used some unknown method to fix the possible direction of the Corpse King's attack. She did not dodge the Corpse King's attack but was controlling the Corpse King's attack. There were countless paths in the universe, but she only left one for the Corpse King. There was only one path. What kind of power was this? She was clearly a realm lower than the Corpse King, but she could make the Corpse King move according to her will. This battle wasn't grand nor was it intense. But it was fought in a way that Wuxia Old Ancestor found hard to comprehend. This sort of method caused a chill to run down his back, as if this woman could see through his heart. The Lady of Fate wasn't weak. In the era of the Above Heaven sect, she chased after Lu Bujing the most. She was the sect master of the 12 heavenly gates that couldn't be provoked the most. Although it seemed like Fate Daughter was being ordered around by Lu Yin, she was facing Lu Yin, someone who could fight against a sequence law powerhouse as a half-ancestor. If it had been any other half-ancestor, even Qing Ping, who was acknowledged by Mr. Mu, Fate Daughter would not have acted in such a manner. She was also an existence who had been acknowledged by fate and could cultivate the laws of fate. Where did that woman come from? The Eternal's old man was just as shocked as old ancestor Wuxia. This Fate Daughter gave him a very bad feeling. If he were to go down and fight with this woman, he wasn't sure what he could do. This was the origin space. Patriarch Wuxia looked across. The glory of humanity. You betrayed the incorporeal spacetime and joined the Eternals. One day you will pay the price. The old man sneered. Only after joining the Eternals will you understand the gap between us. I have never regretted betraying humanity. Wuxia, if I let you see the true strength of the Eternals, you won't even dare to stay in the endless battlefield. Wuxia Old Ancestor sneered. The Eternals were once suppressed by the origin space. I believe that the second above the heavens has already arrived. So what if they come? Even if the above the heavens who were once glorious reappeared, they would not be a match for the current Eternals. But then again, you won't live to see that day. As his voice fell, numerous Eternal Corpse Kings appeared in the incorporeal spacetime. Wuxia Old Ancestor's expression changed. Master Lu, the Eternals have sent reinforcements. Lu Yin frowned. This was within his expectations. The incorporeal spacetime was one of the few places where the Eternals could avoid the Second Legion's progenitors. It was normal for the Eternals to send reinforcements. They had to pass through this hurdle. Take a good look at who the Eternals are, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Figures were separated by the incorporeal spacetime. We meet again above the heavens. I want to compress the entire above the heavens into a flat surface. Be careful. This Lu Yin isn't brainless. He didn't gain an advantage in the battle through spacetime. But we've achieved our goal. As long as we avoid Woodcut and Daheng, the others don't matter. Wuxia Old Ancestor paled, his eyes filled with dread. The old man across from him sneered. How is it, Wuxia? Are you still confident? Ha! Wuxia Old Ancestor clenched his teeth. Master Lu, the Eternals have sent 10 extreme powerhouses. Lu Yin's eyes widened. 4 of them are true God Guard captains and the other 6 are Corpse Kings. Be careful. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was troublesome. In this game, the Eternals didn't care about the lives of the other Corpse Kings. They only needed to keep an eye on the progenitor Corpse Kings as long as they didn't run into Senior Woodcut or Mr. Daheng. Even if they ran into Lu Yin, it would be fine. Wuji Old Ancestor had to consider the overall situation, including the entire Second Legion. In terms of numbers, the progenitors didn't have an advantage. If not for the unique laws of the incorporeal spacetime, the Second Legion would have been able to sweep through these Corpse Kings. They didn't have any sequence powerhouses, but now they were at a disadvantage in numbers. As time passed, the Second Legion would be wiped out. It seemed that he would have to use his final move. Wuji Old Ancestor, tell my senior that it's time, Lu Yin said. Wuji Old Ancestor didn't understand Lu Yin's meaning, so he passed the message to Woodcut. Woodcut gripped his saber and slowly raised his head. Was it time? Junior brother, look at this saber clearly. Master once said that the saber is a tyrannical weapon that can cut through everything. Everything that we see, hear, think can be traced. If there is a cause, then there is an effect. If there is a connection between cause and effect, then it can be severed. I understand it as a law, but it is not a law. The current me can only reach this step. If there is a day when I can sever karma, then I can sever everything that exists in the universe. Only then will I be able to transcend. My saber, the incorporeal, is presented. A cold light flashed. It seemed small, but when it passed through the entire incorporeal spacetime, everyone was able to see a flash of brilliance. It was fleeting, but in the next moment, the many voids that had been separated smoothly broke apart. Everyone stared blankly in front of them. In all directions, the voids that had trapped them had all broken apart at a certain height, spreading to the entire incorporeal spacetime. The old man who had been fighting with the Eternals was also split in two, his blood spilling out into space. Cracks appeared in the incorporeal spacetime. Woodcut's saber had severed the laws, severing the foundation of the incorporeal spacetime. Wuji Old Ancestor was shocked. Woodcut, you, Lu Yin suddenly shouted. Wuji Old Ancestor, I will find a place for you. This is the battlefield. Wuji Old Ancestor was stunned. The laws of the incorporeal spacetime had been broken, which meant that the entire spacetime was about to be destroyed. In order to deal with the Eternals, the Second Legion had actually destroyed the incorporeal spacetime. He hadn't expected that Lu Yin would speak of such a time. Lu Yin had no other choice. If he didn't destroy the incorporeal spacetime, how could he gain a strategic advantage? People were always more important than spacetime. Moreover, the incorporeal spacetime had a unique law that no one lived in. Living here was no different from living on a battlefield where one could face death at any time. Ever since the incorporeal spacetime started fighting with the Eternals, everyone here had moved away. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Lu Yin to make up his mind to break through this spacetime. But Lu Yin's heart trembled when he saw Woodcut's sword strike. His senior brother had severed the incorporeal spacetime's law, and he had personally seen Woodcut cut through the sequence particle. That terrifying sword intent gave him a feeling similar to the corpse god's sequence particle. The corpse kings of the second battle group of the Eternals that had participated in the battle of the incorporeal spacetime were almost completely annihilated by Woodcarving's blade. Only the captains of the true god guards had survived. They had used their divine power from the very beginning in order to slaughter the second battle group as quickly as possible. Otherwise they would have died. Aside from the sequence particle powerhouses, no one could survive Woodcut's strike. Yu Huojuji and the Thousand Faces Bureau all fled, but one of the true God Guard captains remained. It was Zhou Xian. He was the only captain who hadn't been able to use his divine power in time. When Yu Hua and the others jumped out of the incorporeal spacetime, his body had been split in two. The incorporeal spacetime trembled. The Second Legion hurried towards the next parallel spacetime. Wuji Old Ancestor's expression was ugly. Without the incorporeal spacetime, where would he go? Six Directions Society? Wouldn't he be living under someone else's roof? Although he was a progenitor and had a high status in the Six Directions Society, it was not as good as having his own spacetime. Looking back, the starry sky had collapsed and the laws had been broken. This incorporeal spacetime could no longer be used as a battlefield. This Lu Yin was actually so ruthless. Soon the Second Legion arrived at the next parallel spacetime and everyone relaxed. Many people looked at Woodcut with worship and reverence in their eyes. He had severed the incorporeal spacetime with a single strike. How powerful was that? Lu Yin looked at Wuji old ancestor. If not for that, the Second Legion would have suffered heavy losses, and this expedition to the endless battlefield would have been meaningless. Wuji old ancestor, you've been in the endless battlefield for a long time, so you should be able to see the big picture. Wuji old ancestor's expression sank. Then why did you come to the incorporeal spacetime? This question made Lu Yin fall silent. He had indeed come to the incorporeal spacetime with this plan in mind. People stood at different heights and the scenery they saw was different. Naturally, the choices they made were also different. Lu Yin stood at the top of the Six Directions Society, and he could easily sacrifice a few parallel spacetimes. As long as he could heavily injure the Eternals, it would be worth it. Chapter 29:10. He had just severed Wu Ji's spacetime and exterminated 8 Ancestor Realm powerhouses. One of them was the old man who had fought against Wu Ji. Of the other 7, 1 was a true Divinity Guard captain and 6 were true Divinity Guard Ancestor Corps kings. What a glorious battle record. In Lu Yin's opinion, sacrificing a parallel spacetime was worth it. But from old Ancestor Wu Ji's point of view, Wu Ji spacetime was his territory, his home. To sacrifice Wu Ji space in exchange for victory was something that he found hard to accept. The big picture. This was the big picture. Lu Yin had once sacrificed a great deal for the greater good, and he was very clear on this feeling. No matter how glorious his accomplishments were, no matter how much everyone in the Six Paths Association praised him, the only person he had let down was Ancestor Wu Ji. He did not have the qualifications to sacrifice others for his greater good. This was no different from an exalted Empyrean sacrificing the Lu family to plot against divinity Xiaoyin. At a time like this, he wished he could be as indifferent as that crazy woman, the great Empyrean. Patriarch Wu Ji. Wu Ji ancestor looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin met his gaze. I can't give you back an inorganic space-time. Wu Ji ancestor's eyes dimmed. That's how the universe is. Destruction is the only way to rebuild it. I heard your conversation with that traitor. Since you understand my above the heavens sect so well, then join us. I'll show you that the sacrifice of the inorganic spacetime isn't meaningless. If we can destroy the Eternals, then what's the point of sacrificing my primordial space? Wu Ji ancestor deeply sighed. His complexion recovered a bit. My apologies, Master Lu. Please allow me to consider this. Lu Yin nodded. Wuxia came to Lu Yin's side. Are you really willing to sacrifice your primordial space? Lu Yin grinned. The premise is to sacrifice the reincarnation spacetime first. I can make some sacrifices for the sake of the overall situation, but I must gain something and I can't make a wedding dress for others. Wuxia laughed. This was the real Lu Yin. If there were sacrifices, there would also be gains. He did not want to take advantage of others, but he also did not want to suffer losses. This was a real person. In comparison, it seemed that his master was too illusory. Did cultivators have to transcend the mortal world? Little junior brother was not bad either. At the very least, they wouldn't let their own people suffer. Wood Carving gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. If only he had another chance to enter inorganic spacetime. That would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to gather so many corpse kings, but not let them see him strike. As long as they weren't particularly lucky or overly cautious, they would definitely die under his blade. If this happened a few more times, the Eternals would run out of manpower. No matter how many ancestor-level corpse kings the true God Guards had, they wouldn't be able to cut them down. At the same time, the first battle group was crazily crashing into the Gord spacetime. They did not encounter a battle like the second battle group and only destroyed the original Ancestor Realm corpse kings in the Gord spacetime. 10 days later, the Gord universe lit up with a green light. Then the second battle group also lit up with a green light for a parallel universe. Distanceless and Bodhi Saint were excited. Just like that, 1/3 of the 63 parallel universes in the boundless battlefield had already lit up with the green light. It was impossible for the subjugation battle group to sweep through all the parallel universes, but as long as they could light up more than half of the parallel universes, it would bring about an absolute advantage for the 6 parties in the boundless battlefield. No matter how many Eternals corpse kings there were, they couldn't fill up half of the parallel universes with green lights all at once. Especially Ancestor Realm corpse kings. Since the punitive expedition entered the endless battlefield, nearly 20 Ancestor Realm corpse kings had died. The number was very exaggerated. Conservatively speaking, after this battle the eternal race would die. There should be about 30 Ancestor Realm corpse kings going there. This was the true advantage. Even if they couldn't find the 7 sky gods in the end, this kind of result was enough to shock everyone in the 6 parties. In the next 4 months there weren't many fierce battles. The Eternals seemed to have disappeared. Even the top 10 universes that were comparable to the Gourd universe and the Incorporeal universe didn't have a single Ancestor Realm Corpse King. Many people guessed that the Eternals planned to abandon most of the parallel universes in the endless battlefield and only guard the entrance to the eternal battlefield. Bodhisaint also thought so. Without the 7 sky gods, the Eternals would find it difficult to deal with the punitive expedition battle groups with sequence law experts. The 2 punitive expedition battle groups had an average of more than 6 Ancestor Realm powerhouses, and each battle group had 2 sequence law powerhouses. With such a concentrated and powerful force, the Eternals had to gather together to resist. As he thought about it, Bodhisaint contacted Lu Yin. Master Lu, the Eternals should have shrunk their defense line and concentrated in the few parallel universes around the entrance battlefield. Once you get close, you have to be careful. The Eternals don't only have the 7 sky gods. There are also hidden sequence law powerhouses like Qing Kong and Shaoyin. You have to be careful of the extraterrestrial powerhouses, Bodhisaint warned. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. Will the extraterrestrial powerhouses appear? Bodhisaint's voice was low. Logically speaking, they won't. Our 6 Directions Society cooperates with the extraterrestrial powerhouses. The Eternal Race also cooperates with the extraterrestrial powerhouses, but the extraterrestrial powerhouses from both sides have almost never appeared in the endless battlefield. This is the place where we and the Eternal Race fight. But now the Eternal Race is at a disadvantage. Without the 7 sky gods, they won't be able to completely stop our 6 Directions Society. Under such circumstances, we can't rule out the possibility of the extraterrestrial powerhouses cooperating with the Eternal Race appearing. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Extraterrestrial powerhouses cooperating with the Eternal Race? In the starry sky of the universe, the 2 largest powers were the Eternal Race and the 6 Directions Society. This was publicly acknowledged by everyone. Outside of the Eternal Race and the 6 Directions Society, parallel universes were discovered from time to time. Most of the parallel universes were ordinary and didn't have any experts, but occasionally, there would be some peerless experts born in the parallel universes. These experts were qualified to choose not to join the Eternal Race and the 6 Directions Society. They were collectively known as the extraterrestrial powerhouses. Yi Xing's by Rong Jiangqin and Jiang Qingyue's father Lightning Lord were all extraterrestrial powerhouses. Extraterrestrial powerhouses could come from parallel universes or from the astral wilderness. Without seeing them, no one knew where they came from. Ever since forefather Lu Yuan had reminded him that there were extraterrestrial powerhouses cooperating with the Eternal Race, Lu Yin had made a special effort to inquire about them. So far there weren't many extraterrestrial powerhouses cooperating with the Eternal Race, but there were a few. They were all sequence law experts, and the appearance of 1 or 2 of them could change the tide of the battle. If the Eternal Race has extraterrestrial powerhouses helping us, can the 6 Directions Society invite them to join the crusade? Lu Yin asked. Bodhisaint was troubled. We can contact them, but they have their own plans. They might not necessarily join us. Let's try contacting them first, Lu Yin replied. Bodhisaint responded and hesitated for a moment. Master Lu, if it's possible, please fight your way through the endless battlefield. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. This won't be easy. There are currently 63 parallel universes in the endless battlefield. Most of the parallel universes have lit up with the green light. Even the Incorporeal universe and the Gourd universe have lit up, but only the first 3 parallel universes have never lit up with the green light. That place is the true life and death millstone. The number of extremely strong experts on both sides has never decreased. If the 3 parallel universes can light up, then this crusade will come to a perfect end, Bodhisaint replied. Lu Yin put down the Cloud Connect stone and looked into the distance. The first 3 parallel universes? He naturally knew that before Old Freak Mo appeared, the dark spacetime would at most be close to the top 10. Old Freak Mo was an enemy of the 6 Directions Society and stayed in the dark spacetime all year round. Then the dark spacetime would be one of the top 3 universes with the most intense battles in the endless battlefield. It was very likely that the top 3 universes had sequence law powerhouses, and they would definitely have more than 2 or 3 progenitors as enemies. Before the final battle between the Grand Empyreans, the 7 sky gods had appeared in the top 3 universes. One could imagine how tragic the battles were. Celestial Victor, who had never appeared before, had been guarding the entrance to the top 3 universes and fighting with the eternal race all year round. He had not even attended the tea party. The top 3 parallel universes were also the goal of this crusade. If everything went smoothly, Lu Yin hoped to light up 2 parallel universes. Even if the 7 sky gods did not appear, the 2 battle groups and 4 sequence law powerhouses should not be a problem as long as no powerful enemies from the outside appeared. Suddenly, someone reported, "There's a reaction." Lu Yin looked in a certain direction. Withered yellow leaves were fluttering in the air, bringing with them an aura of death. The next moment, a terrifying saber intent descended. Wood carving appeared in front of Lu Yin and slashed forward. The 2 sabers clashed, breaking through the heavens. The aftershocks swept past, causing the cultivators of the second battle group to hold their breaths. They felt as if all they could see was an unstoppable saber. Wood carving's expression was solemn as he took a step forward and slashed horizontally with his saber. In front of him, the withered yellow leaves suddenly gathered to form a long saber that slashed at wood carving. Bang! The saber collided with each other, the sound echoing in everyone's ears and causing their ears to bleed. Lu Yin's expression changed. Was this the undying god? Bang bang bang, countless sabers collided, and wood carving gripped his saber's hilt tightly. Every collision almost caused him to lose his grip. He felt his breathing become heavy as if he was suppressing something. He felt an uncontrollable surging battle intent. Good. I haven't met an opponent like you in a long time. Feels good to be awake. Ah. Wood carving raised his eyebrows and slashed his saber from bottom to top. Opposite him, the fallen leaves dissipated and were replaced by withered yellow hair that blotted out the sky. It wanted to cover wood carving's saber, but it was still cut off by the saber. A saber that cuts through the laws. Ah. Wood carving suddenly retreated and pointed his saber forward. The undying god's figure appeared in front of everyone. His withered yellow hair had been cut off, making him look neither fish nor fowl. He was abnormally excited as he stared at wood carving. The depths of his eyes were filled with fanaticism. He was completely different from the usual undying god. Lu Yin had seen the undying god in this state more than once. This was the sober undying god who was fighting with his saber. This was Wuxia. Finally, he had found another 7 sky gods. The undying god raised his head and stared at wood carving. Your saber is not bad. Your laws are even stronger. Let's fight to the death. Ah. Wood carving frowned. The undying god gave him a lot of pressure. This was the true strength of the 7 sky gods. During the tea party, the 7 sky gods had been rejected by the reincarnation spacetime. The corpse god had been difficult for wood carving to deal with, but now the undying god had not been rejected. This was just an ordinary parallel spacetime. However, wood carving had been waiting for this battle for a long time. His saber had not made a breakthrough in a long time. Chapter 29:11. Without further ado, wood carving raised his blade and slashed at undying deity. Undying deity's lips curled up, and withered yellow hair gathered on his arm before spreading out to form a withered yellow blade that slashed at wood carving. Everyone held their breaths as they witnessed the peak of sword techniques in the current universe. This was a pure showdown of saber techniques. Everyone was dumbfounded. Every saber move and every saber strike seemed ordinary, but it was filled with unimaginable power. Every saber move was as smooth as flowing water. Even if it was broken, it could be repaired with the next saber move. The seemingly casual saber move caused the stars to tremble and the spacetime to shake. Everyone's gaze was replaced by the gleam of the blade, and there was nothing else in their eyes. Lu Yin stared at the duel closely. Wood carving's sword technique was too casual, but the more casual it was, the more it could resolve undying deity's attack. Undying deity's every strike seemed ordinary, but it had already broken free from his control of the blade. He did not need the blade and could leave it at any time. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of collisions rang out as the undying god fought excitedly. Mu carving's face grew heavier and heavier. 18, 19, 27, 32. It was clearly a duel between sabers, but the undying god had already struck the back of his saber 32 times. He intentionally struck the back of the saber. At first he did not feel anything, but as the number of strikes increased, Mu Carving found that his saber was becoming more and more uncontrollable. The saber had become heavier or lighter, he did not know. Opposite him, Undying Deity's withered yellow blade slashed horizontally, and Wood Carving raised his blade to block it. With a bang, he should have been able to block the attack, but he missed by a hair's breadth. Wood Carving's body retreated, leaving behind traces of blood on his neck. Lu Yin's expression changed. Daheng attack. Daheng was apprehensive, but he had to attack at this moment. He was the only one present who was a sequence law powerhouse, and he could participate in the battle against Undying Deity. Wood Carving touched his neck. Your blade technique is admirable. Undying Deity waved his hand and traces of blood fell from the withered yellow blade. I've been in charge of the martial tablet countless times, and I've seen too many weapons used to kill. Aside from those with Heaven's Eye, no one is my match. Your strikes are too casual, which proves that your control of the blade has reached the peak. However, the more you do so, the easier it is to be destroyed by your control. I can teach you, but unfortunately you will die here today. Wood Carving raised his head. I won't die. You can't kill me. Is that so? Why? The Undying Deity looked past the wooden carving and at Mr. Daheng. Just because of you? As he spoke, the withered yellow hair continuously extended outwards. The entire starry sky became a dark yellow color, decaying and withering. Lu Yin could clearly see with his celestial vision that the Undying God's sequence particles were spreading wildly, and he was no longer competing in sword techniques. The Undying Deity was inherited from Wu Tian. In terms of weapons, there was really no one who was a match for him. Even his senior brother had lost, but that was only in terms of saber techniques. If they wanted to surround and kill him, they had to break his rules and talent. Mr. Daheng raised his hand and the void was sliced apart. Using the law of lightness, the space in front of him was completely light. The space in front of him was compressed towards the center, forming a slashing force. The Undying Deity did not move at all. When this law passed by, it did not cause any harm to him. The withered yellow hair wrapped around Mr. Daheng and the wooden carving like an evil spirit. Mr. Daheng was afraid and used rules against rules. Wood Carving stepped on the hair and approached the Undying Deity at extreme speed. He slashed down with his blade using the sequence rule, break. The Undying Deity's body was illusory, and the wooden carving's blade passed through it without injuring it. The undead god and the wood carving crossed each other. His feet stepped in reverse and time and space were in chaos. The withered yellow hair stuck to the wood carving's back. At that moment, a stream of light flashed past. The wood carving broke free from the hair and turned around to slash. The Undying Deity raised his hand and used his finger sword technique. With a bang, the wood carving's blade was blocked. The Undying Deity spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body became illusory again. Lu Yin was surprised. He was not injured by his senior brother but was originally injured. This was the result of his battle with the great heavenly venerate and patriarch Lu Yuan. He had to leave him behind today. The Undying Deity looked at Lu Yin and revealed a sinister smile. No one can break my innate gift. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he raised his hand. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. The Undying Deity laughed maniacally. I'm withering and withering is also withering. However, my withering drags people to death while his withering revives them. How disgusting. In the primordial space we were rejected and I was entangled by the ancestral Mang. That was why you could do whatever you wanted. Now do you really think that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction can break my innate gift? Lu Yin stopped. He could not hit the Undying Deity at all. The wood carving and Mr. Daheng attacked at the same time, using laws to attack the Undying Deity, but they were still dodged by the Undying Deity's innate gift. Since no one can break your innate gift other than the desolate ancestor, how did you get injured? Lu Yin asked. Do you really think that your power is invincible? You're just a boy who betrayed Wu Tian. The Undying Deity laughed maniacally. Betrayed? That's not accurate. I'm not from the primordial space. Lu Yin was shocked. What did you say? Undying God suddenly looked up and took a step forward, charging towards Lu Yin. The wood carving's expression changed. Not good. Attack. Wuxia pushed the evil Saraira away. Wang Jian and Xiaxia attacked together. Mr. Daheng saw the Undying Deity rushing towards Lu Yin and also attacked. He did not want to save Lu Yin, but he could not let the stone disappear. If the stone was taken by the undying deity, there would be no hope of getting it back in this lifetime. The undying deity appeared in front of Lu Yin, bringing doomsday-like decay. The entire space was about to wither. Lu Yin seemed to hear endless wails and smell the decay of death. He took a deep breath and released the starry sky in his heart. In an instant, the starry sky repelled each other. The world of nothingness wrapped around the undying deity and pushed him away. Lu Yin also attacked at the same time, using an attack that reached its limit. The undying deity's expression changed. What was this? He retreated step by step, but the world of nothingness still swept past him. Lu Yin's world of nothingness also attacked at the same time. If the undying deity used his innate gift, he would be hit by the world of nothingness and be eroded by it. If he did not use his innate gift, he was afraid that Lu Yin's world of nothingness would be fake and his body would be eroded by it. The same scene appeared again. Just like in the starry sky of trees, Lu Yin had used world of nothingness on one hand and used the slipper on the other. It was a gamble. It was a gamble to see who would win. For the undying deity, this was not a gamble. There was only one way out. Regardless of whether Lu Yin used world of nothingness or not, he had to use his innate gift. Otherwise, he would definitely be eroded by the world of nothingness. The world of nothingness swept past, and the undying deity spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of his body was swept past and shattered. His innate gift had been broken by world of nothingness, and his body had been injured by the world of nothingness. As he watched the undying deity spit out blood and retreat, Lu Yin's eyes widened. Ancestor, now is the time. Lu Tianyi appeared in the void. He raised his hand and shot out the Xidagarba needle. It flew out and pierced through the undying deity's body. The broken laws caused the undying deity to howl in pain. If they had only forced out the 7 sky gods, then it would have been difficult for them to keep them here. The witch spirit god had almost escaped when he was on the verge of death, so one could imagine the 7 sky gods' ability to protect themselves. Lu Yin could only use himself as bait. As long as the 7 sky gods wanted to kill him, he would use the world of nothingness in his heart to attack them. Then he would let Ancestor Tianyi launch a sneak attack which would give him a chance to eliminate the 7 sky gods. Sometimes Lu Yin did not know how Zhou Xian did it. The 7 sky gods would be injured by the world of nothingness, but Zhou Xian could rely on it to escape. After being destroyed by Ancestor Tianyi's laws, the undying deity was severely injured. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Feng, Mr. Daheng and Ancestor Tianyi attacked once again. The undying deity lowered his head, and his fervent expression suddenly disappeared. He turned back into the undying deity who only wanted to sleep, the lazy undying deity who did not want to move. Lu family's brat, are you really good at reversing steps? Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Reversing steps. Time. The undying deity raised his foot and took a step forward. His body became illusory, and then under everyone's incredulous gazes, the shattered half of his body recovered to its original state. Only the illusory figure was shattered. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Ancestor Tianyi's expression changed. Not good. The undying deity turned to look at Lu Yin. I'm so sleepy. We will meet again. With that, he took another step and disappeared. Ancestor Tianyi and the others' attacks all missed. Lu Yin stared blankly as the undying deity disappeared. He was not thinking about the undying deity but by Xian'er. That scene was so familiar. He had seen it before. On the day the Lu family was exiled, illusory figures had walked out of Bai Xian'er's body. Some had faced Ancestor Tianyi, while others had killed the 7 heroes. Were they the same? Why were they so similar? Was this the power of reversing steps? It was clearly the power of time. Could time do this? The undying deity had escaped from the encirclement of Lu Tianyi, Mu Feng and Mr. Daheng. Although he had been severely injured, as long as he did not die, there would be a day when he could escape. The undying deity's escape method made everyone fall silent. The more they understood, the more horrified they were. Although Lu Yin could use the flowing light to reverse time, in essence he did not really control time. As the undying deity had said, was he really good at reversing steps? As for reversing steps, it was only in appearance. Ancestor, what's going on? Lu Yin had to ask. He was very uneasy as he had never seen such a method before. Lu Tiany's expression was unprecedentedly serious. If I'm not wrong, he just skipped time. Lu Yin was confused. Skipping time? Mu Feng's tone was low. Time is not unchanging. Can be searched for, reversed, and skipped. The undying deity's use of time is very terrifying. How does it compare to tracing time? Lu Yin asked. Mu Feng's gaze turned cold. These are two different ways of using time. They both seem to be related to time, but tracing time negates a certain period of time, while the undying deity skipped that period of time. If you have the ability to find the period of time that he skipped, the pain that he suffered would still appear. Although Mu Feng's words were not clear, Lu Yin understood. Tracing time directly negated a certain period of time. No matter what, that period of time did not exist. The undying deity did not negate it, but rather skipped that period of time. It was like a life that had been paused or cut off. Chapter 29:12. Denying time and skipping time had the same results, but if one day he could find the time that the undying god had skipped, then he would be able to return the heavy injuries that the undying god had suffered during that period of time. When he thought of this, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Why did he feel like the ancient tracing system had been created to counter this method? The time that the undying god had skipped was just right for him to use tracing back to search for it. There was no such thing as an invincible power in the universe, and there would always be ways to counter it. The undying god had been able to escape from Lu Tiany and the other two sequence low realm powerhouses, which was quite terrifying. However, if Senior Woodcut had mastered tracing back to the past, then he would not have been able to escape. He was considered lucky. Although the undying god would definitely reappear in the end, he had been seriously injured for the time being. Lu Yin did not believe that the power of time could be casually used. Otherwise, how could he have been injured during the decisive battle in the endless battlefield? Lu Tiany returned to the Genesis space. Although they had failed to kill the undying god, it had still inspired the entire Six Direction Society. This battle had proven that Lu Yin's judgment was correct. The seven sky gods were indeed hiding in the endless battlefield, and they could indeed kill one or two more of them. The more they understood the seven sky gods, the more they realized how terrifying they were. Even if one more died, it would be a great fortune for the human race. Limitless had publicized this battle with the intention of raising the morale of the human race, but at the same time, it had also created momentum for Lu Yin. Lu Yin had become the topic of discussion in the Six Direction Society, and his crusade had become the focus of everyone's attention. Filled with anticipation, the first and second squadrons simultaneously charged towards the top three battlefields of the endless battlefield. These three parallel universes had never been given the green light, and there was no lack of sequence low realm powerhouses here. The top three parallel universes of the endless battlefield had another name: the Three Hells. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators of the Six Direction Society or the everlasting race, that place was hell. Looking at the stargate in front of him, caged Wurm dove in. Boom. A huge explosion almost caused the cultivators of the second squadron to faint. Lu Yin was startled and he looked up. In the distance, there were many incomparably huge people colliding with each other. Those were giants. It wasn't just one or two, but an endless number of giants tied up in chains. They were clashing against each other in the starry sky, killing each other and conquering each other. Their roars and bellows shook the entire starry sky. The void was constantly twisting and cracking. It was like a rain of exploding void spreading across the entire starry sky. Countless cultivators from the second battle group were stupefied as they stared blankly at the chains flying in the distance. Flesh and blood swept past, and a severed arm was flung out like a mountain. Blood poured down like a lake as the chains exploded and scattered towards them. The prison flood dragon widened its eyes and waved its claws to block the broken chains. It raised its head and roared. In the next moment, one by one, the giants appeared. Every giant could play with mountains like mud, and they were about the same size as the prison flood dragon. With so many giants here, the second battle group was under great pressure. Even the prison flood dragon's original state of roaring and insolence was restrained. These giants were not in the Ancestor Realm, but they had a killing intent that even Ancestor Realm experts might not have. Even if they were only emissaries and half-ancestors, when facing the prison flood dragon, their eyes were like looking at prey. Mr. Daheng's expression did not look too good. Lu Yin had actually come to the giant's hell? Was he really planning to sweep through the endless battlefield? The second battle group was indeed powerful. They had 2 sequence low realm powerhouses for ancestor realm experts and Lu Yin, who was stronger than an ordinary ancestor. It seemed like they could sweep through the endless battlefield, but it was different for the 3 hells. The green light had never been lit in the 3 hells, and no one knew what the Eternals would do in the 3 hells. Even if they were not from the Eternals, the 3 hells would still be difficult to penetrate. For example, the Giants' hell in front of them had 2 leaders and they were both monsters. At that moment, another group of people charged in. It was the giant army led by Ku Wei. The giant army had followed the second battle group into the endless battlefield, but because they were too large they could not ride the prison flood dragon. Thus they had been following behind. Now that they had entered, they were similarly stunned. What the hell? Where did all these giants come from? Ku Wei was stunned. Qin Huang was shocked. He had thought that his bloodline was the only bloodline of giants. He had never expected that there would be giants in the endless battlefield. These giants were much larger than them and none of them were shorter than Qin Huang, who was the clan leader. They were all about 100,000 meters tall. No, they were different from them. Clan leader, these giants are different from us. Qin Ling was apprehensive. Ku Wei had also noticed this. One-eyed and one with a mountain on his back. What kind of giant are they? If someone else had said this, Qin Huang would have slapped the person away. Was the word breed used to describe humans? However, he could only endure Ku Wei's words. After all, Ku Wei was the one who had transformed the giant bloodline. Giant is a general term. Anything with a large body can be called a giant, just like humans. Some humans have lived in the ocean for too long, and their outer appearance will change. Not all giants are of the same bloodline. Furthermore, these giants are much larger than us. To them, we're just small giants. Of course, Ku Wei knew this, but he was still shocked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This was the giant's hell. The giant's hell had its own unique rules. There were 2 types of giants living here. One had a single eye and the other had a mountain on his back. They were similar to the giants that Lu Yin had encountered during his trial that had a mountain on their back as a defense. However, those giants were only 100 meters tall, while the giants in front of them were much larger than Qin Huang and the others. The largest one was probably similar to Progenitor Qin. However, Progenitor Qin had cultivated to his current size with the bloodline of a great giant like Qin Huang. As for the great giants in front of them, they were born larger than Progenitor Qin. They should no longer be called great giants. They were more like colossal giants. The one-eyed giants and mountain-carrying giants were bound by the rules of the giant's hell. They were bound by chains and fought each other for countless years. No new giants had been born over the years because they could not die. Even if their bodies were torn apart, the rules would force them to reassemble themselves. To these 2 types of giants, the giant's hell did not impose rules on them but rather a curse. The curse would only be removed if one of them died in an extremely short period of time. Otherwise, it would continue on forever. Anyone who wanted to come to the 3 hells would naturally know about this beforehand. Lu Yin had investigated and found that the one-eyed giants and mountain-carrying giants were similar in strength. Neither could completely destroy the other in a short period of time. With the addition of the everlasting race and the 6-way society, a balance had been reached. No matter which side wanted to help one of the giants destroy the other, it was impossible. This was the current state of the giants' hell. No matter how strong the giants were, the destructive power of their attacks could not be measured by their cultivation bases. They did not cultivate and only fought with their physical strength, the most primitive form of fighting. I don't know who put a curse on these 2 giant races, but they have been fighting for countless years without stopping, Woodcarving said in a low voice. Lu Yin was curious. Even the 6-way society doesn't know? Woodcarving shook his head. No. The everlasting race first found this parallel spacetime. When they wanted to help the mountain-carrying giants destroy the one-eyed giants, the 6-way society joined in and formed a balance. With the 3 hells as the center, this endless battlefield gradually formed. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noise never stopped. The Second Legion was in front of the Stargate, and it was as if they had been squeezed into a corner by the giants. Before coming here, Lu Yin had thought about how to make this parallel spacetime green light up, but it was too difficult to destroy the everlasting race. The mountain-carrying giants obviously would not agree. They had to work together to survive in this parallel spacetime. In the distance, a giant crashed over. The hellworm raised its claws and its huge body slammed into the claws. There was a loud bang that shook everyone's ears. The mountain range shattered. It was a giant with a mountain-carrying giant. The mountain range was torn apart by the hellworm's claws, and the hellworm casually flung the giant away. These giants could not die because of the laws of this space-time, so they did not fear the hellworm's deterrence. However, this did not mean that they could close the gap in strength between them and the hellworm. No matter how big these giants were, the hellworm could still sweep them away. Lu Yin was wary of the Cyclops King and the mountain-carrying giant king. These were two monsters that were similar to the zombie god. The mountain-carrying giant was flung away by the hellworm, and half of its body was bleeding. When it finally stopped, it looked up and ferociously stared at the hellworm without any fear. It charged forward and raised its arms to smash down. This scene was quite shocking. No matter how strong the mountain-carrying giant was, the pressure from its size was too great. Just as the hellworm was about to attack, Ku Wei shouted, "Master, let me do it." He then gave Qin Huang a look. The giant army could not be used as decorations, and the giants were naturally the most suitable to fight against them. Qin Huang walked out. At this moment he was 30,000 meters tall, almost 3 times taller than when Lu Yin had first met him. His strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Qin Huang's eyes widened when he saw the mountain-carrying giant pressing down on him. He roared and leaped up, raising his hand. There was a loud bang as a terrifying pressure descended, causing many in the Second Legion to hold their breaths. This was clearly not a fierce battle. They had seen progenitors kill each other before, and this was only at the emissary level. However, the visual impact was completely different. The mountain-carrying giant had the power level of an emissary, and so did Qin Huang. However, Qin Huang could also use battle force. His 9-lined battle force spread out as he grabbed the mountain-carrying giant's arm and flung it away. From a distance, it looked like a child had flung an adult away. The mountain-carrying giant was at least 50,000 meters tall. However, size was not everything. Qin Huang landed with a solemn expression. This was just one giant, and no one knew how many giants there were in the universe. Perhaps there were not many of them, but their size seemed to fill up the entire giant hell. Suddenly, a chain swept out from one direction, and its target was Qin Huang. Qin Huang was shocked, but before he could react, the hellworm had already shattered the chain with a swipe of its claws. Its claws danced about, tearing through the void as it charged towards the other mountain-carrying giant. Lu Yin raised his head. Charge. Chapter 29:13. With a single word, the second battle group charged forward under the hellworm's lead, charging towards the most intense battlefield. Along the way, the mountain-back giants they encountered were all torn apart by the hellworm. The most powerful of the giants was over 100,000 meters tall and possessed the power of a half-step ancestor, but it was also torn apart by the hellworm. Blood dyed the heavens. When the Cyclops giants saw the second battle group enter the fray, they almost couldn't help but attack. The Hexagon Association had warned all cultivators who came to the giants' hell that even if they helped the Cyclops deal with the mountain-back giants, it didn't mean that they were allies. They only had a symbiotic relationship, and if they didn't help the Cyclops, they wouldn't be able to stop the Eternals. Similarly, the Eternals and the mountain-back giants weren't allies. It seemed like the two sides were fighting, but in reality there were 4 factions in the giants' hell. However, the second battle group was fearless. Even if the Cyclops and mountain-back giants attacked the second battle group at the same time, Lu Yin was confident that he could leave the giants' hell safely. Besides, the Cyclops generally wouldn't do anything to the Hexagon Association's cultivators. The hellworm barged into the battlefield, its huge eyes darting around. The bloody battlefield didn't excite it, but instead made it even more vigilant. These giants didn't seem to be a threat, but they were too big for it to feel safe. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Why wasn't there anything? All he could see so far were the giants fighting. There wasn't a single Eternal Corpse King. That shouldn't be the case. If there really weren't any Eternal Corpse Kings, then the green light would have been given to the Eternals. After all, regardless of whether these giants were hostile to the Hexagon Association, they couldn't leave this parallel universe and posed no threat to humans. Suddenly, Woodcarving's blade slashed to the right. Lu Yin and the others subconsciously looked over, only to see an incomparably large arm stretching towards them. It was only after Woodcarving's slash that they realized that the arm was actually about to attack them without making a sound. The blade slashed into the palm, leaving a bloody gash. What a sharp blade. Are you Woodcarving? A deep voice came from afar, covering the stars and causing the void to sway. Wood carving gripped the hilt of his blade. Cyclops King, why are you attacking us? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. The Cyclops King was one of the two most powerful creatures in the giant's hell. It possessed a physical strength that even Sequence Law's powerhouses would find difficult to penetrate. This was what wood carving had warned Lu Yin about. The wooden carvings had once fought in the Hell of Giants. The arm retracted. In the next moment, a terrifying figure descended. It was impossible to measure how tall he was. His existence was greater than all of the colossal giants. Boiling hot air continuously distorted the void. The second battle group was horrified. They felt an indescribable pressure as if the heavens themselves were alive. Lu Yin looked up and saw a giant eye staring back at him. This Cyclops King's size was about the same as Progenitor Chen's, and it was the type that could play with planets like marbles. There really was a giant here that could match Progenitor Chen's size. The Hell Flood Dragon opened its mouth wide and subconsciously wanted to escape. Its body size had completely suppressed it, causing it to be terrified. What a great lineup. How is it that your six-way association is willing to show off your strength in my giant's hell? The Cyclops King spoke, his voice like a great bell, carrying with it a strange pressure. Lu Yin raised his head. The Above Heaven sect has launched a crusade against the endless battlefield, and the giant's hell is no exception. Little thing, what are you? The Cyclops King was curious. One of the six-way association, the master of the primordial space, Lu Yin said in a low voice. The Cyclops King sneered. The Eternals are right. The six-way association is weak, and even a little thing like you can take charge. Little thing, are your parents not here? Lu Yin's expression darkened. The wooden carvings were about to attack, but Lu Yin stopped them. Senior, let me do it. The wooden carvings looked at him. The Cyclops King's defense is second only to the zombie god. If not for the rules restricting him from leaving, no one would be able to stop him. Lu Yin nodded solemnly. His defense is strong, but so am I. Although I can't do anything to him, he'll have to pay the price for his words. As he spoke, an endless inner world appeared on the surface of his body. Cyclops King, open your eyes and look. Even if you're big, you're just a target. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared right in front of the Cyclops King. The lines continued to merge into his body as his realm of mastery battle force spread out. The Akalanatha elephant roared and gray stars flickered in its heart. The Cyclops King sneered and his seemingly huge body suddenly bent. Little thing, you can't even touch me. In his eyes, Lu Yin was insignificant and flowing light was even more insignificant. The Cyclops King wanted to use his nimble body to dodge Lu Yin's punch, but he did not expect flowing light to reverse time by 1 second, and the Cyclops King appeared where he had been a second ago. Before the Cyclops King could react, Lu Yin punched him in the face. Time lock. 100 punches. With a whoosh, Lu Yin, who was as insignificant as an ant, punched the Cyclops King's lips. The power of the 100 punches that had been locked down burst forth at the same time. Coupled with his endless inner world and realm of mastery battle force, even a realm of mastery powerhouse might not be able to withstand it. Bang! A black crack spread from the Cyclops King's lips. First his head tilted back and then his entire upper body was bent backward. Lu Yin's punch had bent his waist backward. Lu Yin stood in the starry sky, loosened his grip and looked at his fist. Just now, when he had hit the Cyclops King, the feeling was similar to when he had attacked the zombie goddess. With the celestial eye, he saw the sequence law covering the Cyclops King's body. Although the punch had bent the Cyclops King's waist, it had not caused him any harm. Only a portion of the sequence particles on his head had dispersed. This meant that the punch had not even hit the Cyclops King's body completely, as it had been blocked by the sequence particles. Although the punch had not caused any damage to the Cyclops King, the power was enough. He had not pretended to be bent over, but had subconsciously bent over to dissolve part of the power. This meant that he had acknowledged the power. The Cyclops King had only bent over for a moment, but he quickly straightened up and glared at Lu Yin angrily. Little thing, how dare you punch me? The corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up. If it weren't for your thick skin, this punch would have cracked your skull. The Cyclops King was enraged and swatted at Lu Yin. Suddenly he paused and jerked his arm back. A black line extended from bottom to top, brushing past his arm and slashing out a world of nothingness. This was a slash from woodcarving. The Cyclops King glared at woodcarving. Woodcarving raised his head and pointed his long blade at the Cyclops King. If you want to start a war with the Six Direction Association, then go ahead. The Cyclops King roared. Who is he? Your son? Why are you taking care of him? Lu Yin looked at the Cyclops King with his hands behind his back. I told you, the master of the beginning space. The master of the above heaven sect, Lu Yin. The Cyclops King was stunned. The master of the above heaven sect? The above heaven sect that was glorious to the extreme but was destroyed by the Eternals? Lu Yin was surprised. You've heard of the above heaven sect? Few ordinary cultivators from the Six Direction Association would come to the Three Hells. This was not a place for ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators did not come here to train but to seek death. And those powerful cultivators were few in number, so they could not bring much information from the outside world. Information that could be obtained from the Gemini universe and the Spurt universe might not be available to the Three Hells. The Cyclops King did not know that he was the master of the beginning space, but he knew the master of the above heaven sect. It was obvious that he knew because of the above heaven sect. There was once a person who claimed to be from the above heaven sect who came here, but he quickly left. From him I learned about the above heaven sect. Unfortunately, the above heaven sect of that era is no more. This above heaven sect of yours is a fake. Lu Yin was curious. Who came here? What's their name? The Cyclops King sneered. Why should I tell you? Unless you take a punch from me. Only an idiot would take a punch from him. It was not much different from taking a punch from the zombie god. No matter how confident Lu Yin was in himself, he would not do such a stupid thing. The Cyclops King did not make a move now because he was afraid of woodcarving. This did not mean that he could not beat woodcarving, but that woodcarving had the strength to make him hesitate. Cyclops King, why did you attack us just now? Mr. Daheng asked. The Cyclops King looked at him. It's you? Quite a few acquaintances have come. Mr. Daheng smiled. Without our strength, how would we dare enter the giant's hell? The Cyclops King's eyes shone with greed and bloodlust. Since you're all here, then help me destroy the mountain-back giant. With your strength you can do it. Mr. Daheng looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, with our strength, as long as the Eternals don't interfere, we can do it. Now that the sole true God and the 7 sky gods have not appeared, my subjugation team can sweep through the endless battlefield. It's time to put an end to the giant's hell. The Cyclops King's eyes grew even more fervent. Yes, it's time. The Eternals have not sent anyone, so we have enough time to destroy the mountain-back giant. Lu Yin looked at him. We can destroy it. The Cyclops King's eyes grew even more bloodthirsty. It must be destroyed. He thought of the curse he had suffered for countless years. This kind of living was even more painful than death. He wanted to die, but he could not die at the hands of the mountain-back giant. Even if the Eternals wanted to kill him, he could not resist, but the Hexopolis would not agree. The mountain-back giant was the same. They could accept being destroyed by the Hexopolis to end their suffering, but the Eternals would not. The giant's hell was a vicious circle. The arrival of Lu Yin and the others could end this vicious circle. Tell me, why did you attack us just now? Lu Yin shouted. The Cyclops King was stunned. Help me destroy the mountain-back giant and I'll tell you. Lu Yin laughed. I see that you've been fighting the mountain-back giant for so many years that your brain must have gone stupid. You have no choice. Tell me the reason, or I can choose to help the mountain-back giant destroy you. The Cyclops King's eyes widened. Fine, then you can destroy my Cyclops bloodline. Lu Yin had not expected the Cyclops King to be so straightforward. Chapter 29:14. Mr. Daheng shook his head. Both sides cannot accept being destroyed by the other, but they both want to die. However, with the interference of the Eternals and the Six-Way Society, they can't die. This is the most painful thing. Killing him will fulfill his wish. Lu Yin was curious. Then why was he afraid of Senior Woodcut? Woodcut answered, he's not willing to fight to the death before he's absolutely sure that we can destroy him. He doesn't want to be at a disadvantage against the mountain-back giant. However, if he's sure that we can destroy them, he can provoke us into attacking. Lu Yin looked at the Cyclops King. At this moment, this giant seemed to be hesitating about something. Since we can destroy you, we can naturally leave this giant's hell. Cyclops King, you should know. The Cyclops King panted, didn't you want to destroy us? I won't fight back. If you attack again, I won't be angry. Tell me what I want to know and we'll attack the mountain-back giant. Otherwise, I'll take the second legion and leave this giant's hell. You'll be bound by the curse forever and suffer forever, Lu Yin said calmly. The Six-Way Society understands you very well, so there's no need to waste words. The Cyclops King glared at Mr. Daheng and Woodcut. We're attacking you because of the giants following you. Lu Yin was surprised. Because of them? Ku Wei was shocked. What did that mean? Why would their giant army attract hatred here? Why? Lu Yin was puzzled. The Cyclops King said, they have the potential of our race. Ordinary people can't break through the limits of their race, but the giants who have already broken through the limits of their race are different. If we leave them behind, we Cyclops will have new combat power joining us in the future. Although this will take a long time, time is meaningless to us. Lu Yin understood. While these giants were bound by the curse, they were also trying to recruit new forces. The Eternals and the Six-Way Society obviously wouldn't listen to them and couldn't even be considered allies. However, Ku Wei's giant army was different. Although there was a huge difference in size, they were still giants. Who's that person who claims to be from the above heaven? Lu Yin asked. The Cyclops King stared at Lu Yin. That guy's name is very arrogant. Su Wangtian. Lu Yin's eyes widened and Mu Xia Wangjian and Xiaozhen's expressions changed. Su Wangon? Su Wangtian was a powerhouse from the above heaven era, the ancestor of the Su family. He had once kicked Big Sis off a tree to prevent her from going to Immemorial City. Lu Yin had never expected that Su Wangtian would appear here. When did he get here? Lu Yin asked hurriedly. Not too long, that guy. The Cyclops King suddenly stopped and waved his hand in a certain direction. Another giant arm appeared and collided with the Cyclops King's arm. Back Mountain, you're dead for sure this time. So many experts from the Sixth Direction group have come. Woodcut, make your move. The one who suddenly attacked was the mountain-back giant king. It was as famous as the Cyclops giant king and its strength was similar. Prison Flood Dragon growled in fear. The second battle group saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw two gigantic giants fighting in the starry sky. Chains covered the entire starry sky, producing ear-splitting noises. Every collision would make them dizzy. Further away, more and more giants gathered, and this became the most intense battlefield. The entire second battle group was like an ant caught in a storm, and it looked like they would be trampled to death at any moment. However, with Woodcut, Mr. Daheng and the others joining the fray, even ants could transform into dragons. At the same time, the first battle group had also entered one of the three hells, a parallel universe known as the Life Hell. This parallel universe did not have a boundless starry sky. It was more like a continent. Above them was a thick layer of clouds. It was not as intense as the giant hell, but it was suffocatingly oppressive. The Life Hell. Here, everyone has their own life force, and this life force is almost equivalent to the combat power detected by technology. This is the rule of the Life Hell. Anyone can sacrifice their life force to obtain the same combat power in this universe, thereby becoming invincible in this universe, Su Wuwei explained. Elder Chan was solemn. Sacrifice one's life force? Su Wuwei nodded. Sacrificing one's life is a unique rule of this space-time. You can sacrifice all your life to one person, or you can directly sacrifice your life to this space-time. The clouds above are actually the rules of this space-time. Once you sacrifice one's life, you will receive the same amount of power as your life. If an extremely strong person sacrifices more than half of his life force, he can almost obtain an additional boost equivalent to his combat power, which is equivalent to doubling his strength. Big Sister's gaze was stern. After sacrificing your life, what will happen to you? Su Wuwei's expression was solemn. The more you sacrifice your life force, the more your cultivation will fall once you leave this parallel universe. It's really a man-eating universe. Big Sister sneered. The person who made this rule is ruthless enough. It's basically an endless battlefield. Su Wuwei sighed. The three hells are three endless battlefields. The Life Hell is considered the calmest of the three hells. A group of people originally lived here. At present, there are two strongest people in this universe. One is a native of this universe, the City Lord of the Grand Evolution Sacred City, who has the same life force as the Lord of the Parallel Universe. The other is a terrifying existence built up by the life force of countless corpse kings. He is not a corpse king but a creature, a very large creature. Now we'd better meet up with Lord Yen and see how we can join forces with the Grand Evolution Sacred City to deal with the Eternals. Big Sister did not object. The first battle group was powerful and seemed to be able to sweep the entire battlefield, but they had to be cautious when facing the strange rules of the three hells. She was irritable and did not follow the rules, but it did not mean she was stupid. Otherwise she would not have killed the 7 heavenly gods in the above heaven era. The blade cut through the starry sky, bringing a river of blood with it. Wood carving, you're courting death. The mountain-back giant king roared. It endured the Cyclops king's punch and raised its foot to stomp on Prison Drake. Prison Drake was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Wood carving leaped up and slashed upward with his blade. The blade slashed upward and suddenly changed direction in an instant. It slashed to the left and a red color appeared there. It was as if the sun had descended and forcibly melted the slash. Lu Yin and the others were very familiar with it. It was divine power. The Eternals could not watch the 6 Directional Association kill the mountain-back giants. They needed the balance of the giants' hell. Figures surged with divine power and descended. They were the captains of the true God Guards. These captains had unique talents, but they did not possess the power of sequence rules. They could only use their divine power to offset the sequence rules. Otherwise they might not be able to withstand wood carving's slash. Mr. Daheng was enough to suppress them. Among the true God Guards, a huge figure walked out from behind the captains of the true God Guards. Lu Yin took a deep breath. The zombie god. Another 7 heavenly gods appeared. Wood carving gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. Mr. Daheng's expression changed drastically. He did not want to fight the zombie god to the death. Among the 7 heavenly gods, the zombie god's defense was extremely powerful. They had already seen it at the tea party. In the giant's hell, the zombie god would not be rejected. No one knew what kind of combat strength he could display. With that thought in mind, the zombie god took a step forward, surpassing the true God Guards, and punched in Lu Yin's direction. The hellworm retracted his tail and turned to flee. It was too terrifying. Wood carving also took a step forward. Wu Yu. The zombie god's huge fist slashed out. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye and watched in shock as wood carving's slash cut through the zombie god's fist. The slash shattered the strands of the zombie god's fist. Even the undying god was impressed by this slash. However, the zombie god's physical body was too tyrannical. The slash cut through the strands of the zombie god's fist, but when it landed on wood carving's fist, it only caused a trace of blood, just like during the tea party. In the reincarnation spacetime, the zombie god had been rejected. Although wood carving was not rejected here, he had been injured in the previous battle and had not fought wood carving in peak condition. Even so, wood carving was still unable to suppress the zombie god. There was still a huge gap between them. There was a thump as wood carving's blade was sent flying by the zombie god's punch. On the other side, Mr. Daheng's law of lightness appeared and cut through the void. However, his law of lightness could not even injure the zombie god. The zombie god's scarlet vertical eye suddenly stared at Lu Yin, causing his scalp to go numb. Only wood carving and Mr. Daheng could fight the zombie god in the second battle group. The others were unable to do so. Even if Lu Yin had the ability to weaken the law of lightness, he could not withstand the zombie god's strength. He could only ask Forefather Tianyi for help, as Forefather Tianyi was the reason why Lu Yin had the confidence to deal with 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods. At this moment, a figure tore through the void and walked out from the front. His back was facing Lu Yin's group and his face could not be seen clearly. He held a golden staff in his hand, and even though he was the size of a normal person, a golden light enveloped the giant's hell. His figure surpassed the other giants as he faced the zombie god directly. Lu family's son, you did well. Leave the rest to me. The newcomer raised his staff and raised it high. The 21st match. Come, corpse geezer. The zombie god raised his head and growled, you actually came here. The staff slammed down and the zombie god punched out. Bang. The giant's hell shook violently, and a loud explosion caused countless people's scalps to go numb as if they were about to explode. Even Lu Yin was shaken by this collision and he looked over in shock. The 2 figures, one large and one small, collided amidst the alternating golden and red lights, as if they were about to shatter the entire giant's hell. Mr. Daheng relaxed. Heavenly Sovereign Battle Saint came at the right time. Lu Yin was stunned. He's Heavenly Sovereign Battle Saint? Of the 3 heavenly sovereigns and 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime, Lu Yin had seen Sovereign Lotus and Sovereign Xiaoyin. Compared to those two, this heavenly sovereign battle saint was on a completely different level. Whether it was his aura or battle prowess, he was far superior to those two. It was no wonder that everyone called heavenly sovereign battle saint an existence that was second only to the Grand Empyreans in the reincarnation spacetime. Wood carving did not force heavenly sovereign battle saint to fight the zombie god, as he truly did not have the strength to challenge one of the 7 sky gods. His target was naturally the true god guard captains behind the zombie god.